Thank you for joining in today's Cryptid horror stories. The first story today is called The Bleaching of Cullman County, and this is a horror story about the White Thang. And in this story, a group of land developers and a small crew of demolition experts arrive in a remote patch of north-central Alabama to clear a forgotten 1930s-era logging camp for a new luxury resort. During the excavation of an old limestone cellar, which served as a makeshift prison asylum in the 30s, they breach a sealed chamber. They don't find a body. They find a scent, a cloying, sulfuric stench that triggers an immediate instinctive flight response in everyone present. The second story today is called The Weight of the Breath, and this is a horror story about the Night Hag. And in this story, a group of high-stress urban professionals and chronic insomniacs retreat to a remote, brutalist concrete wellness retreat in the Appalachian foothills. The retreat promises deep sleep therapy using experimental sensory deprivation and sound frequency modulation. The irony: the facility is built over a limestone cavern system where an ancient, dormant Night Hag was historically kept in a state of ritualistic slumber by the local settlers. In the description below, the stories have been timestamped. Also, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button so you don't miss the stories yet to come. Now for today's cryptid horror stories, I hope you all enjoy. The Bleaching of Cullman County. The veterinarian's name was Dale Purdy, and by the time he got the sutures threaded, his hands had stopped shaking. Not because the fear had passed, but because the fear had burned through every nerve he had and left behind a stillness that was worse than trembling. He was on his knees on the ridged steel floor of the livestock trailer, the interior smelling of iron and straw and the hot, copper stench of blood that was not his, stitching the steel door from the inside with veterinary suture wire meant for closing the bellies of horses after colic surgery. The wire was heavy-gauge, braided steel, and he was threading it through holes he had punched with a hammer and a concrete nail, pulling each loop tight with pliers, his fingers working with the mechanical, dissociated precision of a man whose mind had left his body and was watching from somewhere above. He was not treating an animal. There was no animal. The goats, the 6 goats he had loaded into the trailer an hour ago at the Henderson farm, the 6 goats that were the surviving remnants of a flock that had been declining by 1 or 2 every night for 3 weeks, were gone. They had been gone since the thing had come. Dale did not know where they were. He had heard them, heard their hooves on the steel floor, their panicked bleating, the desperate scrabbling sound of animals trying to find traction on a surface that offered none. And then he had heard the trailer's rear door wrench open from the outside, the steel latch twisted as though it were made of tinfoil, and the goats had poured out into the dark, and the dark had swallowed them. The bleating had lasted 4 seconds, maybe 5. Then silence. Then the sound of something very large chewing. Dale was hiding. He was hiding in the livestock trailer because the livestock trailer was made of 12-gauge reinforced steel, because it had been designed to contain 2,000-pound bulls on interstate highways, because it was the strongest thing on 4 wheels that he had access to, and because the thing that had eaten his assistants was still outside. His assistants, Ray and Tina Mercer, a young married couple, both 26, both strong, both quick, both dead. Dale had not seen them die. He had heard Ray die, the scream, the wet, structural sound of something inside a body giving way, the silence. He had heard Tina die 20 seconds later, a shorter scream, cut off by a sound like a branch snapping, and then a gurgling that lasted longer than Dale wanted to remember, and that he would hear every night for the rest of his life, however short that life turned out to be. He had been behind the trailer when it happened, kneeling over the dead goat, his hands inside its open chest cavity, examining the ribs that had been crushed inward with a force that no coyote or feral dog or cougar could generate. The wound was wrong. The thorax was caved, a bilateral compression, both sides of the ribcage driven inward simultaneously, as though the goat had been squeezed in a vice. The ribs were not broken at the point of impact. They were broken at the spine, the costovertebral joints dislocated, the ribs themselves folded inward like the pages of a book being closed. The heart was ruptured. The lungs were pulp. The goat had been killed by compression, not bitten, not clawed, not torn, but compressed, crushed, squeezed to death by something that gripped the entire torso at once and did not let go until the animal's insides were outsides. Dale had been cataloging this wound, writing his clinical notes in his head, when the screaming started, and the screaming was not the goat, and the screaming was Ray, and then the screaming was Tina, and then the screaming was something else. Something that was not a human voice, but that used the shape of a human voice, that wore a human voice the way a man wears a coat, and the voice was saying, in a tone of perfect, devastating, heart-stopping distress, "Please, please help me. I'm right here, please." The voice was close. The voice was at the tree line 30 feet from the trailer, and it was moving. It was coming toward the trailer, toward the dead goat, toward Dale, and the voice was wrong. The timbre was right. The pitch, the cadence, the trembling, desperate quality of a woman in pain, but the texture was wrong. There was no breath in it. No saliva. No micro-vibrations. It was a voice with the humanity removed, a voice that had been hollowed out and was being used as a container for something else, something that was not grief and not pain and not a plea for help, but a lure, a bait, a worm on a hook, and the hook was in the dark, and the dark was waiting. Dale had not gone toward the voice. Dale had not been brave. Dale had done what his body told him to do, which was to get inside the trailer and close the door and lock it and sit in the dark and listen to the sound of the thing that had eaten his assistance as it walked around the outside of the trailer, its footsteps heavy enough to dimple the steel roof. Its breathing deep and slow and sulfurous, the stench of it seeping through the ventilation slats like a living thing, filling the trailer with a smell that was not the smell of any animal Dale had ever treated in 22 years of practice. The smell was geological. It was the smell of deep earth, of limestone dissolved by acid water, of mineral deposits crystallized in darkness, of sulfur vents and anaerobic decomposition, of a place that had been sealed for a very long time and that had been breeding in the dark, a microbiology of rot that did not exist on the surface. And beneath the geological smell, the biological one, the musk of a predator dense and rank, the smell of something that marked its territory with its scent and that hunted, in part, by forcing its prey to smell it coming, to know, in the deepest part of their brains, that the thing was near. The thing was on the roof now. Dale could feel it, the weight, the bowing of the steel, the slow, deliberate, predatory pacing of something that was taking its time. The footprints in the roof were enormous, 14 inches, 16, 2 inches deep in 12-gauge steel. The thing was heavy, 400 pounds, maybe 500, maybe more, and it was walking the length of the trailer's roof with the measured, tension-loaded gait of a predator that has cornered its prey and is savoring the moment. And then the screaming started again. Not the woman's voice this time, the other one, the real one. The scream that came from the roof of the trailer was not a sound that Dale's ears could process as a single, coherent auditory event. It was too much. It occupied every frequency simultaneously. The high, piercing, tinnitus whine of a feedback loop, and the low, subsonic rumble of an earthquake, and the mid-range, guttural, animal roar of something that was not an animal but that had the vocal apparatus of one, and the sound was not heard but experienced. A physical force that pressed against Dale's eardrums and his sinuses and his teeth and his sternum and his spine. A vibration that entered his body through every surface, and that locked his muscles, froze his joints, clenched his jaw, and stopped his breathing. Paralysis, not metaphorical, physiological. The scream was a weapon, an acoustic device evolved over 2 million years to do one thing: immobilize prey. Dale's arms were locked, his legs were locked, his diaphragm was locked. His eyes were open and his lungs were burning and his brain was screaming at him to breathe, to move, to run, and his body would not obey. because the sound was in his nervous system now. The sound was in his motor neurons. The sound was between his brain and his muscles like a severed cable. And the thing on the roof knew this. The thing on the roof was counting on this. The thing on the roof was waiting. Dale's mind, which was not paralyzed, did the only thing it could do. It thought. It thought about the goat. The crushed ribs, the dislocated costovertebral joints, the compression wound. It thought about the trailer, steel reinforced, locked. It thought about the ventilation slats, 2 inches high, 18 inches wide, covered with steel mesh. It thought about the mesh, designed to allow air through, which meant the mesh was an opening, and an opening was a way out. The scream stopped. The thing on the roof moved. Dale could hear it, the slow, deliberate steps, the dimples in the steel, the trailer rocking on its axles. The thing was walking toward the rear of the trailer, toward the doors, toward the latches that Dale had locked. The thing was going to open the doors. The thing was going to come in. The thing was going to. Dale threw himself against the wall. The paralysis broke. Not because the scream had stopped, because the cognitive pressure that Dale had been building in his unfrozen brain, the deliberate, willed, intentional command to move, had accumulated enough force to override the acoustic lock on his motor neurons. His shoulder hit the trailer wall. The mesh held. He hit it again. A weld popped. A corner of the steel screen lifted. He hit it a third time and the mesh tore and his shoulder went through the slat and his body followed and he fell, sideways out of the trailer, onto the dirt, and the air hit his face and the air was clean and Dale ran. He ran toward his truck. The truck was 15 feet away. The keys were in the ignition. The cab light was on. He ran, shoulder screaming, lungs burning, legs pumping with the desperate, piston-fast, fear-driven energy of a man who has been inside a box with a monster and has broken out. He reached the truck. He threw himself into the cab. He slammed the door. He locked it. He hit the ignition. The engine turned. He put it in gear. He floored it. The headlights swept the paddock. The empty paddock, the open gate, the dark tree line. And in the headlights, for one frame, less than a frame, a fraction of a second that Dale's brain would process and reprocess and try to reject and fail to reject for the rest of his life, he saw the thing. It was on the roof of the livestock trailer. It was standing upright, 7 feet tall, maybe 8, and it was white. Not the white of an albino animal, not the pink-eyed, pigmentless white of a deer or a squirrel or a domestic cat. This was the white of bone, of chalk, of the interior of a limestone cave, a dead white, a mineral white. A white that did not reflect light but absorbed it, that seemed to pull the illumination from the headlights into itself and hold it, so that the creature appeared to glow, not with reflected light but with its own cold geothermal luminescence. As though it had been living in the dark for so long that it had become the dark, had become the cave, had become the limestone, had become the thing that the limestone had bred in its depths, and that the limestone had kept, and that the limestone had, when the seal was broken, released. The creature was covered in fur. White fur, coarse, matted. The fur of an animal that lived in the dark and did not need color and did not want to be seen, and was seen anyway because the white was not camouflage but a warning. The way the white of a bone is a warning. The way the white of a skull is a warning. The fur was thick on the body, broad shoulders, a barrel torso, legs like tree trunks, and thinner on the arms, which were long, disproportionately long, reaching past the knees, the hands large and dark-nailed and gripping the edge of the trailer roof. The face. Dale did not look at the face. He was driving. He was driving away, and the thing was on the trailer, and the thing was white, and the thing was real, and the headlights were sweeping past it, and the truck was moving, and Dale Purdy, DVM, who did not believe in cryptids, who attributed livestock predation to coyotes and feral dogs, was driving away from the White Thang at 50 miles an hour on a dirt road in the dark. The smell was in his clothes, in his hair, in his nostrils, sulfur, decay, the deep earth stench of the thing's breath. It would not wash out for 3 days. Dale drove to the sheriff's office. He walked in. He said, "Something killed my assistant. Something killed my goats." He stopped. He put his hands on the counter. He looked at the deputy. Something is out there in the woods on the Henderson farm, and it didn't want the goats. He swallowed. It wanted the thing that smelled like them. The development company was called White Thang Resorts, LLC, and it was based in Birmingham. The company had been formed in 2021 by a group of investors who had identified, in the post-pandemic market for luxury outdoor experiences, an opportunity. The conversion of remote, undesirable, or forgotten parcels of land into high-end resort properties that catered to affluent urbanites who wanted, in the words of the company's prospectus, authentic wilderness experiences with premium amenities. The property that White Thang had acquired was a 340-acre parcel in the northeast corner of Cullman County, bordering the William B. Bankhead National Forest, a 181,000-acre expanse of second-growth hardwood and pine that covered the canyon country of the Sipsey Fork of the Black Warrior River. The parcel included the site of an old logging camp, a flat, terraced clearing on a ridge above a limestone canyon, accessible by a single, unmaintained forest road that had been built by the Civilian Conservation Corps in the 1930s, and that had not been driven on since the camp was abandoned. The camp had operated for 3 years, 1934 to 1937, and had been, according to the historical records, a small but productive operation, employing 30 to 40 men who felled timber in the canyon and hauled it by mule-drawn sled to a loading point on the ridge. The camp was abandoned in the winter of 1937. The records did not specify why. The records said only, operations suspended due to unforeseen circumstances. Site abandoned. The locals knew why. The locals had always known why. The logging camp had been built in a hollow that the indigenous peoples of the region had avoided for centuries, a hollow that the Creek Nation had called, in their language, the place where the White Thing sleeps. The hollow contained a limestone cave system, and the cave system contained, according to the Creek and according to the settlers who came after, a creature, a large, white, two-legged creature that was not a bear and not a man and not an ape, but that was something else. Something that the zoologists had never classified, and that the park rangers had never photographed, and that the game wardens had never trapped, because the creature was, according to every account, faster than anything that had ever been measured and stronger than anything that had been documented and more intelligent, in the specific, predatory, problem-solving way that intelligence manifests in animals, than anything that should have existed in the forests of North Alabama. The Creek had called it the thing in the white skin that screams. The settlers had called it the White Thang. The old men at the feed store in Cullman called it that damn thing, and would not talk about it except to each other and only after the second or third beer. The stories were old, and the stories were, for the people of Cullman County, history. Not the history of textbooks, but the history of porches and deer camps, and the long, dark evenings of a rural community that had lived with the forest for 150 years, and that had learned, through experience, that the forest contained things that were not in the textbooks. The stories were about to become current. The crew that arrived to begin site preparation was small, 7 people, plus the project manager. The project manager was Karen Stokes, a 44-year-old civil engineer who had spent 15 years managing construction projects in the Southeast. Karen was competent, organized, and immune to superstition. She had dealt with difficult terrain, difficult weather, and difficult clients, but she had never dealt with anything that could not be explained by reference to the laws of physics and the standards of the construction industry. The crew included Paul Whitfield, a surveyor, a cynical, laconic, 51-year-old man who had been surveying land in Alabama for 30 years, and who treated every project with the same mixture of professional competence and personal indifference. Paul had seen things in the woods that he could not explain, things that he filed in the back of his mind under "don't think about it," and that he did not discuss. But he was, by nature and by trade, a man who believed in what he could measure and what he could not measure. he did not believe in. The crew included Frank Dyer, a demolition expert, a former Army combat engineer who had spent 10 years clearing IEDs in Afghanistan, and who had, upon returning to civilian life, discovered that the only work that interested him was the work that involved blowing things up. Frank was quiet, efficient, and unafraid of anything, because he had already been in the darkest, most dangerous places a human being could go and had survived, and survival had given him a calm that was not courage but resignation, the resignation of a man who has made peace with the fact that the world is full of things that can kill you and that worrying about them does not change the outcome. The crew included Bill Suttle, the foreman, a heavy-set 55-year-old man who had been operating heavy equipment since he was 16 and who communicated primarily through grunts, gestures, and the creative use of profanity. Bill was competent and reliable and did not think about things that could not be driven over, crushed, or pushed out of the way with a bulldozer. The crew included Connie Reese, a heavy equipment operator, a 38-year-old woman who had been running excavators and bulldozers since she was 20 and who was, by reputation, one of the best operators in the state. Connie was practical, direct, and possessed of the kind of calm that comes from spending 10 hours a day in the cab of a machine that weighs 40 tons and that can, with a single movement of the controls, reduce a hillside to a parking lot. The crew included Danny Yo, a laborer, a 23-year-old kid from Cullman who had taken the job because it paid $18 an hour and because he needed the money. Danny was young, strong, and not particularly bright, and he did not believe in anything that he could not hit with a shovel. And the crew included Lucas Crowder, a local guide, a man of mixed Creek and European descent who had grown up in the county and who had been hired specifically because of his knowledge of the local terrain. Lucas was 47, lean, quiet, and watchful, with dark eyes that moved constantly and a face that gave nothing away. He had been hired as a guide, and a guide's job was to show people where to go, not to tell them where not to go. He needed the work. The county was poor and the hypant job paid well. Lucas knew about the White Thang. He had known since he was a child. His grandfather had told him, his grandfather, James Crowder, who had been a logger in the 1930s, who had worked at the camp, who had been there the night the thing came out of the cave. His grandfather had not been one of the 3 who were taken. His grandfather had been one of the ones who ran. His grandfather had never gone back to the bankhead. His grandfather had told Lucas, in a voice that was flat with the kind of fear that has been aged until it is no longer an emotion but a fact, "Don't go in the bottoms. Don't go near the caves. Don't go where the White Thing is. And if you hear a woman screaming in the woods, you turn around and you walk and you don't stop and you don't look back and you don't come back." Lucas had told the company none of this. He needed the money more than he feared the thing, or thought he did. The cellar was on the lower terrace of the old logging camp, cut into the hillside, its walls of stacked limestone, its roof long since collapsed and covered with 85 years of leaf fall and undergrowth. According to the historical records that Corinne had reviewed, the cellar had been a storage facility, a place where the camp's provisions were kept cool. But the records also mentioned, in a handwritten note on the margin of the 1936 site plan, that the cellar had been used, during the period of the camp's operation, as a temporary confinement facility for workers exhibiting disruptive behavior or signs of mental disturbance. A prison, the cellar had been a prison, a makeshift asylum built into the hillside, its limestone walls stacked tight, its single entrance narrow and low, its interior dark and damp and sealed. The crew found the cellar on the 3rd day of site preparation. Lucas showed them where it was. He remembered the location from his grandfather's descriptions, though he did not tell the crew this. They cleared the undergrowth, excavated the collapsed roof, and exposed the entrance, a low, narrow opening, 3 feet high and 4 feet wide, framed with hand-cut limestone blocks, its threshold covered with a crust of mineral deposit that spoke of decades of groundwater seepage. Karen ordered the cellar to be cleared and documented. Frank Dyer was assigned to assess the structure's integrity. Bill Suttle was assigned to oversee the excavation. Danny Yo was assigned to do the digging. It was Danny who broke through the floor. The cellar's floor was flagstone, flat, limestone slabs fitted together, the gaps filled with a mortar that had, over 8 decades, calcified into a substance harder than the stone itself. Danny was using a jackhammer to break the mortar and lift the flagstones, and at 2:17 p.m. on a Tuesday afternoon in early October, he broke through a flagstone that was not resting on earth but on air. The stone fell. It dropped into a space below the cellar, a space that was not documented in any record, that was not on any map, that was not, according to the geological survey that Karen had commissioned, supposed to exist. The space was a chamber, natural limestone, a solution cavity in the karst, carved by millennia of groundwater into a room approximately 20 feet long, 12 feet wide, and 8 feet high. Danny shined his flashlight into the chamber. He saw limestone walls, wet and glistening. He saw a floor of compacted earth, dry, covered with a layer of mineral crust. He saw, in the center of the chamber, a depression, a shallow, bowl-shaped depression in the earth, approximately 7 feet long and 4 feet wide, as though something large had lain there for a very long time, compressing the earth beneath its weight. The depression was empty. There was no body. There were no bones. There was no evidence that anything had been there, no artifacts, no markings, no signs of occupation. But there was a smell. The smell rose from the chamber like a living thing, a column of air, thick with the scent of sulfur and decay, that hit Danny in the face with the force of a fist. He staggered back. He dropped the jackhammer. He stumbled out of the cellar through the entrance into the open air, and he bent over and vomited, not from nausea but from the smell, from the sheer, overwhelming olfactory assault of a scent that was not just bad but wrong, a scent that triggered in Danny's brain the deep, ancient, precognitive alarm that the olfactory system shares with the amygdala, the alarm that says, without words, without thought, "This is the smell of something that will kill you. Run." Everyone ran. The crew, every person on the site, Karen, Paul, Frank, Bill, Connie, Danny, Lucas, felt the same thing. The smell was not just unpleasant, it was terrifying. It was the smell of a predator's den, of a place where things had been killed and consumed and left to decompose, and the human brain, which has evolved over millions of years to detect and respond to exactly this kind of stimulus, responded with the one response that evolution has selected for: flight. They ran 30 feet from the cellar entrance and stood in the clearing in the October sun, and breathed the clean air, and looked at each other, and saw, on every face, the same expression. The expression of people who have smelled something that should not exist. "What the hell was that?" Karen said. "Swamp gas," Paul said. He was the surveyor. He was cynical. He reached for the most boring explanation available because boring explanations were safe. Limestone karst, methane hydrogen sulfide, trapped in the cavities, released when you break through, known geological phenomenon. "It's not methane," Lucas said. He was quiet. He had been quiet all day, all week, since they had started clearing the site. He stood at the edge of the group, his arms crossed, his face set, and he looked at the cellar entrance the way a man looks at a grave that has just been opened. "It's not swamp gas. And that's not a storage cellar." "It's a storage cellar," Karen said. "The records." "The records say what the records say," Lucas said. "But I'm telling you what I know. That cellar was a prison, and the thing under the floor is where they kept it, where they sealed it, where they put it and hoped it would die." "Kept what?" Frank said. Frank was the only one besides Lucas who was not surprised. He had spent 10 years in the caves of Afghanistan in the dark, and he had learned that the underground contained things that the surface did not want to think about. "The White Thang," Lucas said, and the word in his mouth in the clearing in the October sun was not a story. It was a name. Nobody believed him. Not Karen, who was an engineer and who did not believe in things that could not be measured. Not Paul, who did not believe in things that could not be mapped. Not Bill, who did not believe in things that could not be scheduled. Not Connie, who did not believe in anything that could not be driven over. Not Danny, who did not believe in anything that he could not hit with a shovel. They did not believe Lucas, and they went back to work. That night the perimeter security guard, a man named Roscoe Truman, a 63-year-old retired game warden, was at his post in the security trailer at the edge of the clearing. The trailer was a standard construction site unit. A desk, a chair, a space heater, and a bank of monitors connected to 4 infrared security cameras that covered the clearing, the road, the cellar entrance, and the equipment staging area. At 11:30 p.m. Roscoe was watching the monitors. The clearing was empty. The equipment was still. The cellar entrance was dark, a dark rectangle in the side of the hill, the flagstones around it pale in the infrared. At 11:47 p.m. Roscoe saw something on the camera covering the north perimeter. The tree lined the edge of the bankhead, the wall of dark trunks and branches that marked the boundary between the cleared site and the forest. The something was a shape, a large, bright white shape moving in the trees. It was not a deer. It was not a dog. It was not anything that Roscoe, in 30 years as a game warden, had ever seen. The shape was tall, 7 feet, maybe more, standing upright, its body broad and massive, its arms long, its legs thick. It was white, blazing white in the infrared, brighter than any animal should be, as though its fur was designed to be seen, to stand out against the dark background of the forest like a beacon. The shape moved. It moved fast, faster than the camera's frame rate could capture. One frame it was at the tree line. The next frame it was in the clearing, 30 feet from the security trailer, standing in the open, its body facing the trailer, its head turned toward the camera, and Roscoe saw in the grainy image 2 points of light where the eyes should be, 2 bright, infrared bright points that were looking directly at the camera, directly at the trailer, directly at him. Roscoe reached for the phone. His hand touched the receiver. The power went out. The monitors went black. The space heater went silent. The lights went off. The trailer was dark. Roscoe was in the dark in a metal box in the woods, and the thing that had been on the camera was now outside, and the power was out, and the phone was dead, and the only sound was the sound of something heavy stepping onto the steps of the trailer. The trailer rocked. The step creaked. A second step. The trailer rocked again. A third step. Roscoe could feel the weight through the floor, the vibration of something very large climbing the stairs, and the smell came through the door, through the cracks, through the ventilation. A smell of sulfur and deep earth and the hot, rank musk of a predator that has come to feed. Roscoe was a game warden. He had spent 30 years in the woods. He had encountered bears, cougars, feral dogs, and once, in the Sipsey wilderness, a wild boar that had charged him and that he had killed with a single shot from his sidearm at a distance of 4 feet. He was not a man who frightened easily. But Roscoe Truman was frightened now, because the thing on the steps was not a bear, and it was not a cougar, and it was not a boar. And the fear that Roscoe felt was not the fear of a man who is in danger, but the fear of an animal that is in the presence of a predator that is higher on the food chain. A fear that is older than thought, older than reason. A fear that lives in the brainstem and that says, in the language of the body, "You are prey." Roscoe drew his sidearm. It was a .40 caliber Glock, standard issue for Alabama game wardens, loaded with 15 rounds of hollow point ammunition. He pointed it at the door. The door was closed. The door was locked. The door was made of steel. The thing on the steps was going to have to come through the door, and when it did, Roscoe was going to put 15 rounds of hollow point into it, and that. The door did not open. The roof did not bend. The walls did not buckle. Instead, Roscoe heard the sound again, the scream. But this time the scream was not outside. It was inside. It was in the trailer. It was in the air. It was in the walls and the floor and the ceiling and the desk and the chair and the phone and the space heater and the dark and Roscoe's skull and Roscoe's spine and Roscoe's jaw and Roscoe's lungs. And the scream locked him the way it had locked the veterinarian. Froze his muscles, clenched his jaw, stopped his breathing, and Roscoe stood in the dark, rigid, his arm extended, the Glock pointed at the door, and the Glock was useless because his finger would not move. The scream stopped. Roscoe heard the door open, not violently, gently. The lock turned. The latch clicked. The door swung inward, and the night air came in, and the smell came in, and the dark came in, and in the dark, in the doorway, a shape. The shape was white. The shape was large. The shape filled the doorway, and then it was inside, and Roscoe could see it, not clearly, not in the dark, but enough. Enough to see the white fur, enough to see the long arms. Enough to see the hands, the large, dark-nailed hands that reached for him, that closed around his torso, that gripped him the way the goat had been gripped. Both sides, simultaneously, the entire ribcage enclosed in a grip that was not a squeeze but a compression. A hydraulic, relentless, impossible pressure that began at the ribs and moved inward. Roscoe's ribs broke. Not one at a time, all of them simultaneously, the costovertebral joints dislocating, the ribs folding inward like the pages of a book being closed, and the pain was beyond pain. It was annihilation. It was the sensation of being erased. And Roscoe's lungs collapsed, and his heart was compressed. And the last thing Roscoe Truman saw in the dark, in the trailer, in the grip of the White Thang, was the face. The face was not a face. It was an absence. A white, flat, featureless surface where the eyes and the nose and the mouth should have been, except for the mouth, which was open, which was wide, which was wider than a mouth should be. And inside the mouth were teeth, not the flat, grinding molars of a bear or the pointed canines of a cat, but something else. Something that was both and neither. Teeth that were flat and pointed and serrated and smooth. Teeth that were designed for one purpose: to consume. The mouth closed, the grip tightened. Roscoe Truman, 63, retired game warden, husband, father, grandfather, was dead. His body was not found until morning. When the crew found him, they found the trailer intact. The door was open. The lock was undamaged. The monitors were off. The power had been cut at the breaker. The main switch flipped to off by a hand that was not Roscoe's. Roscoe was in his chair, sitting upright, his eyes open, his arm extended, the Glock still in his hand, unfired. His ribcage was crushed. His chest was caved. His expression was not one of terror but of a strange, frozen longing, the expression of a man who, in the last moment, had seen something that he wanted, that he reached for, that he could not look away from. The only evidence left behind was a single, massive white hair caught in the doorframe, and a trail of blood that led from the trailer steps to the tree line and stopped, abruptly, as though Roscoe's body had been carried upward into the canopy. His body was never found. The crew stood in a semicircle around the security trailer, and the morning light did not make anything better. The trailer was intact. The door was open. The lock was undamaged. The monitors were dark. Roscoe's chair was occupied, not by Roscoe, because Roscoe was gone, but by the shape of Roscoe, the impression of a man who had been sitting in a chair and who was no longer sitting in it, who had been removed from the chair the way a hand is removed from a glove, the chair still warm, the seat still depressed, the armrests still bearing the faint, curved scratches of fingernails that had gripped them and had been pulled away. "The blood trail goes to the tree line and stops," Karen said. She was standing at the edge of the trailer's steps, looking at the ground. The blood was there, a thin, irregular trail, dark and wet, leading from the bottom step across 15 feet of gravel to the edge of the clearing, where the gravel gave way to the forest floor, and the forest floor was covered with leaves and pine needles and the roots of ancient trees, and the blood trail stopped. Not gradually, not in a smear or a fade. It stopped, a clean, abrupt termination, as though the surface that the blood was dripping onto had been removed, as though the thing that was bleeding had been lifted, plucked, carried upward into the canopy. "Something carried him up," Paul said. He was standing at the tree line looking up. The canopy was 60 feet high, white oak and hickory and loblolly pine, the branches thick and interlocking, the leaves still mostly green in early October. Paul could see nothing in the canopy. No blood, no fabric, no body, no Roscoe. He was carried up into the trees. "That's not possible," Karen said. "A man weighing 220 pounds lifted into a 60-foot canopy. No animal." "It's not an animal," Lucas said. He was standing apart from the group, his back to them, facing the forest. His voice was flat. "I told you what it is. I told you yesterday. Nobody listened. Now Roscoe is gone and his body is up there somewhere, and the thing that took him is in the woods and it's watching us right now." Nobody spoke. The clearing was quiet. The morning was warm and bright and full of the sounds of October in Alabama: birdsong, the drone of insects, the distant murmur of the Sipsey Fork in the canyon below. It was a beautiful morning. It was a beautiful place. And somewhere in the trees, something was watching them with eyes that were not the eyes of any animal that belonged in those trees. "We need to call the sheriff," Karen said. She pulled out her phone. The phone had signal 1 bar, enough for a call. She dialed. The phone rang. The sheriff's office answered. Karen reported the disappearance. The dispatcher said they would send a deputy. Karen hung up. "A deputy," Paul said. "1 deputy for that." He nodded toward the trees. "We don't know what happened to Roscoe," Karen said. "He could have had a heart attack. He could have wandered off. He could have." "He didn't wander off," Frank said. Frank was the demolition expert. He was standing by the trailer's open door, looking at the lock, not at the lock itself, but at the mechanism. The lock wasn't forced. It wasn't picked. It was turned. He pointed at the key still in the cylinder. Roscoe had the only key, but the lock was turned from the outside with a key, and the key is still in the lock. The thing took the key out of Roscoe's pocket, unlocked the door, went in, and put the key back. "It used a key," Bill said. The foreman was skeptical. He was always skeptical. He believed in bulldozers and backhoes and the fundamental principle that anything could be moved if you applied enough force. "It used a key," Frank said, "which means it has hands, which means it has fingers, which means it has the manual dexterity to operate a pin-tumbler lock mechanism, which means it's not a bear, it's not a cougar, it's not anything that the game warden—" He stopped. He looked at the chair. "It's not anything that Roscoe was trained to deal with." The deputy arrived at noon. His name was Terry Gadsden, and he was 31 years old, and he had been a deputy for 4 years, and he had never investigated a disappearance in the woods, because in Cullman County, people did not disappear in the woods. People disappeared in bars, in marriages, in methamphetamine deals gone wrong, but not in the woods. The woods were safe. The woods were where you hunted and fished and drank beer and forgot about your wife and your job and your debts. Deputy Gadsden looked at the trailer. He looked at the blood trail. He looked at the tree line. He looked at Lucas, who was still standing apart, his back to the group, facing the forest. "You think the White Thang took him," the deputy said. His voice was careful, the voice of a man who does not want to say the name but who knows the name, who grew up with the name, who has heard the stories and who has, until today, treated the stories the way everyone treats them, as stories. "I don't think anything," Lucas said. "I know." The deputy called for a search team. The search team arrived at 2:00 p.m. 4 men with dogs trained in woodland tracking. The dogs were Blutic coonhounds bred for tracking, and they were good at their jobs. The handlers brought them to the blood trail. The dogs sniffed. The dogs sniffed again. The dogs sat down. The dogs would not track. The handlers tried again. They brought the dogs to the tree line. They brought the dogs to the spot where the blood trail ended. They brought the dogs to the place where Roscoe's scent should have been strongest, the trailer steps, the chair, the doorframe. The dogs sniffed. The dogs sat down. The dogs whined. "They won't track," the lead handler said. He was a man named Bert Haverson, 50 years old, who had been working with tracking dogs for 25 years. He had never seen a dog refuse to track. "I've never seen this. They're picking up a scent and it's making them. He stopped. He looked at the dogs. The dogs were not sitting. The dogs were cowering. They were on the ground, their bellies flat, their tails tucked, their ears pinned, and they were shaking, not with cold but with something else, something that Bert Haverson had never seen in a tracking dog and that he recognized, after 25 years, as the one thing a tracking dog is never supposed to feel. Fear. The dogs were afraid of the scent. Whatever had taken Roscoe had left a scent trail, and the scent trail was so terrifying to the dogs, so fundamentally primal, ancient, terrifying, that the dogs' prey drive, their tracking instinct, their training, their loyalty, their everything was overridden by the one signal that the olfactory system can send that cannot be ignored. The signal that says, at the deepest level of the brain, this is the smell of something that eats you. Call off the search, Corinne said. Call it off, we're leaving. We can't just leave, the deputy said. Roscoe is missing, we have to. Roscoe is dead, Lucas said. He turned around. His face was gray. His eyes were dark and still. He's dead and his body is in the trees and the thing that killed him is in the trees, and the longer we stand here, the more of us are going to end up in the trees. Nobody is ending up in the trees, Corinne said. We are a professional construction crew on a professional construction site, and we are going to pack our equipment, and we are going to. She stopped. She stopped because Frank was looking at the tree line. Frank, who was never afraid, who had spent 10 years in Afghanistan, who had made peace with the fact that the world was full of things that could kill you. Frank was looking at the tree line, and Frank's face was white. What? Corinne said. Frank, what? The equipment, Frank said. The dozer, the excavator, the trucks. Corinne looked. The equipment staging area was at the east end of the clearing, 50 yards from the trailer. The bulldozer was there, a Caterpillar D6, 35,000 pounds of steel. The excavator was there, a Komatsu PC 200, 44,000 pounds. The 3 crew trucks were there, F-250s, heavy-duty, 4-wheel drive. The equipment was there. The equipment was fine. The tires were not. The tires on all 3 trucks were flat. Not punctured, not slashed, not cut, not shot. Flat. As though the air had been sucked out of them, as though something had pressed its mouth to the valve stems and inhaled, drawing the air from the tires the way a predator draws the breath from a kill. And on the ground beside each truck in the gravel were footprints. Large footprints, 15 inches long, 8 inches wide, deep, pressed 1.5 inches into the packed gravel, the weight that made them easily 400, 500 pounds. The footprints were not human. They were too wide, the toes too long, the big toe set too far from the others, the arch too low. They were not bare. They were too narrow in the heel, the toes too articulate, the gait pattern too bipedal, too consistent, too regular. They were something else. Something that walked on 2 legs and that was very heavy and that had, sometime during the night, walked from the tree line to the equipment staging area and had systematically, deliberately, one by one, flattened every tire on every vehicle. It's trapping us, Frank said. It's not just killing, it's hurting us. It took the security guard. It killed the dog's will to track. It took out the vehicles. It's cutting off our escape routes. It's driving us somewhere. Driving us where? Corinne said. Lucas answered. He did not turn around. He did not look at anyone. He looked at the cellar entrance, the low, narrow opening in the hillside, the dark rectangle that led to the chamber below. Back to the cellar, he said. It wants us back in the cellar. The crew did not go to the cellar. The crew, under Corinne's direction, retreated to the construction trailers, the mobile office units that served as their sleeping quarters, their kitchen, and their command center. The trailers were steel-framed, insulated, and equipped with deadbolt locks on the doors and shatter-resistant windows. They were not livestock trailers, but they were the strongest structures on the site, and Corinne, who was an engineer and who believed in the structural integrity of manufactured housing, ordered everyone inside. We call for help, she said. We call the sheriff, we call the company, we call the state police, we call anyone and everyone, and we wait. Nobody goes outside. Nobody goes near the tree line. Nobody goes near the cellar. We stay inside, we lock the doors, and we wait for help. The calls were made. The sheriff was notified. The company was notified. The state police were notified. The response was, a deputy would be dispatched in the morning. The road to the site was a 10-mile unmaintained forest road, passable only by four-wheel drive vehicles, and all of the site's vehicles had flat tires. The nearest operational vehicle was the deputy's cruiser, which was 2 hours away on paved roads plus an hour on the forest road. Help would arrive by noon tomorrow at the earliest. That's 16 hours, Paul said. He was sitting at the table in the main trailer, his hands around a cup of coffee that he was not drinking. We have to survive 16 hours. We survive 16 hours, Karen said. We lock the doors, we keep the lights on, we stay together, we wait. The crew settled in. The main trailer was the largest, 28 feet long, 8 feet wide, with a table, 4 chairs, a counter, a microwave, and a coffee maker. The sleeping trailer was adjacent, smaller, with 4 bunks. A third trailer served as the equipment and supply unit. The 3 trailers were arranged in a U-shape around a gravel pad, with the main trailer in the center. At 6:00 p.m. the sun set. At 6:30 the last light faded from the sky and the clearing was dark. The trailer lights were on, the interior lights, the exterior porch lights, the work lights that Corinne had set up around the gravel pad. The lights created a circle of illumination, and beyond the circle the forest. At 8:00 p.m., Danny Yo went to the bathroom. The bathroom was a portable unit, a chemical toilet, set up 20 feet from the main trailer on the edge of the gravel pad. Danny, who was 23 and who did not think about consequences, announced that he needed to piss, opened the trailer door and walked out. "Danny, wait," Corinne started. But Danny was already outside. He walked across the gravel, the crunch of his boots loud in the evening quiet, and he reached the porta-potty, and he went inside, and he closed the plastic door, and for 30 seconds everything was fine. Then Danny screamed. The scream was not Danny's voice. Danny's scream was underneath, muffled, as though something was on top of it, as though something was pressing Danny's scream down the way a hand presses down on a pillow. And above Danny's scream another sound, the sound of something breathing, deep, slow, the breath of something very large taking its time. And then the woman's voice. "Please, please help me. I'm right here, please." The voice came from the trees. It came from the direction of the tree line, from the dark, from the place where the light did not reach. It was the same voice that Dale Purdy had heard on the Henderson farm, the same timbre, the same pitch, the same heartbroken, devastating, perfectly rendered imitation of a woman in distress. And the voice was moving. It was coming toward the trailers, toward the light, toward the crew. Corinne was at the window. Paul was at the window. Frank was at the door, his hand on the deadbolt, his face set. Bill was standing behind Frank, his fists clenched. Connie was at the back window looking out. Lucas was in the corner, his eyes closed. The voice reached the edge of the light. It stopped. And from the darkness at the boundary where the illumination ended and the forest began, a shape stepped into the light. It was not the creature, it was Danny. Danny was standing at the edge of the gravel pad, his feet at the line where the gravel met the grass. He was upright. He was facing the trailer. His eyes were open. His mouth was open. His expression was not terror. His expression was longing, the same expression that Deputy Gadsden had noted on the missing security guard's description, the same frozen, reaching, yearning expression of a man who was looking at something that he wanted, that he needed, that he could not look away from. "Danny," Corinne shouted. "Danny, come back, Danny." Danny did not come back. Danny did not move. Danny stood at the edge of the light, his eyes open, his mouth open, his face filled with the expression of a man who was hearing the most beautiful sound in the world, and the sound was the woman's voice, and the woman's voice was saying from the dark from just behind Danny's shoulder, "Please, please help me. I'm right here, please." And then from the trees behind Danny, a hand. The hand was white. It was large, the hand of something that was not a man but that had the hands of a man, the same bones, the same joints, the same articulation, but larger, much larger, the fingers twice the length of a human hand, the palm as wide as a dinner plate, the nails dark and thick and curved. The hand reached out of the dark from behind Danny's left shoulder, and it closed around Danny's head. The grip was gentle. The fingers spread across Danny's face, the thumb on one cheek, the fingers on the other, the palm against the back of his skull, and the grip was gentle, almost tender, the way a parent holds a child's head, the way a lover holds a face, and Danny did not struggle. Danny did not fight. Danny stood perfectly still, his eyes open, his mouth open, his expression of longing unchanged as the hand turned his head slowly, gently to the side. And then the thing stepped out of the dark. It was behind Danny. It was taller than Danny by 2 feet, 7 feet maybe more, its white fur blazing in the trailer lights, its body massive, its arms long, its hands, one on Danny's head, one hanging at its side, the hands enormous, dark-nailed, the fingers flexing. Its face was. Karen screamed. The face was not a face. It was a flat, white, featureless surface, the same dead, mineral, bone-white as the fur, and it had no eyes, no nose, no ears. It had a mouth. The mouth was open. The mouth was wide, wider than a mouth should be, splitting the face from where the jaw hinged to where the jaw hinged. And inside the mouth were teeth. Not the teeth of a bear or a cat, but something else. Teeth that were flat and pointed and serrated and smooth. Teeth that were designed to consume, and the mouth was descending toward Danny's upturned, longing, yearning face, and Danny was not struggling. Danny was not running. Danny was standing still, offering his face to the mouth, offering his head to the teeth. Because the voice had him, the voice was in his brain. The voice was the most beautiful sound he had ever heard, and the most beautiful sound was telling him to be still, and he was still. The teeth closed. The mouth did not bite, it peeled. The teeth, flat, serrated, smooth, caught the edge of Danny's forehead at the hairline and pulled. The skin of Danny's face separated from the muscle beneath, not tearing, not ripping, but separating, peeling, the way a glove peels off a hand. And the skin came away in a single, continuous, wet, red sheet, and underneath was not bone but muscle. The red, glistening, fibered muscle of a human face stripped of its skin, and the muscle was twitching and the blood was pouring, and Danny was still standing. Danny was still alive. Danny's body had not registered the pain yet, or the shock had overridden the pain, or the voice was still in his brain and the voice was more powerful than the pain. And Danny was standing at the edge of the light, his face gone, his face a red, wet, muscle and bone mask of blood and exposure. And the thing behind him was holding the skin, the complete, intact, dripping skin of Danny Yo's face, in its hand like a handkerchief, like a trophy, like a mask. Then Danny screamed, not the muffled scream from before, a real scream. A scream that came from the place where Danny's face used to be. A scream that was all sound and no mouth, all voice and no lips. A scream that was the most human sound any of them had ever heard. And it was the last sound Danny Yo would ever make. Because the thing's other hand, the one that had been hanging at its side, came up and closed around Danny's torso, and the grip was not gentle. The grip was the grip that had crushed the goat, the grip that had crushed the security guard, the grip that was a compression, a hydraulic, relentless pressure that closed around Danny's ribcage and began to squeeze. Danny's ribs broke, all of them, simultaneously. The sound was not the sound of bones breaking. It was the sound of bones being pulverized, crushed into fragments, the costovertebral joints dislocating with a series of wet, sharp pops that sounded like a string of firecrackers going off underwater. Danny's chest caved, his torso compressed, his body folded inward, the shoulders meeting the hips, the spine bowing, and the scream stopped. Not because Danny had stopped screaming, but because Danny's lungs had been compressed into a space the size of a fist, and there was no air left to scream with. The thing held Danny's collapsed body for a moment. It held it the way a child holds a doll, loosely, casually, the grip of something that does not need to try hard. Then it opened its hands and Danny fell. Danny's body hit the gravel and it did not bounce because there was nothing left to bounce. No ribs to provide structure, no lungs to provide air, no rigidity. Danny's body lay on the gravel like a sack of wet laundry, the skinless face staring up at the sky, the crushed torso flat, the arms and legs splayed at unnatural angles. The thing looked at the trailer. It had no eyes, but it looked. It turned its flat, white, featureless face toward the windows, toward the lights, toward the people inside, and the mouth. The wide, tooth-filled mouth that was still wet with Danny's blood opened and the scream came. The scream was the acoustic weapon. It hit the trailer like a physical force. The windows rattling, the walls vibrating, the coffee maker sliding off the counter and shattering on the floor, the lights flickering, the crew's eardrums bending inward, and every person in the trailer felt the paralysis begin, the muscles locking, the jaw clenching, the breathing stopping. And then the scream stopped, and the thing turned and it walked back into the dark, carrying Danny's face in its hand, and the dark swallowed it, and the clearing was empty, and Danny Yo was dead on the gravel and his face was gone. Nobody slept. Nobody ate. Nobody spoke for a long time after Danny died. They stood in the trailer in the silence that follows the death of a person you knew, a person you ate breakfast with that morning, a person whose face was now a trophy in the hand of something that should not exist. And the silence was the silence of people who are recalculating everything they know. Karen broke the silence. "We need to get to the trucks." "The trucks are flat," Paul said. He was sitting at the table, his hands flat on the surface, his eyes fixed on a point 6 inches in front of his face. "All 4 tires on all 3 trucks, 12 tires, flattened." "We have an air compressor," Karen said. "In the equipment trailer. We inflate the tires, we load up, and we drive out. The road is 10 miles, but it's passable in a truck with 4-wheel drive." "The equipment trailer is 20 feet from this trailer," Frank said. "The air compressor is inside the equipment trailer. To get the compressor, someone has to go outside. To inflate the tires, someone has to go outside. To drive the trucks, someone has to go outside." He looked at Karen. "The thing is outside." "Then we wait for the deputy," Karen said. "Noon tomorrow, 16 hours. 16 hours, Frank said. "In this trailer with that thing outside with no food." "We have food," Connie said. She was the equipment operator. She was standing at the counter, her back to the window, her face pale but composed. She was the kind of person who compartmentalized, who put the horror in a box and closed the lid and dealt with what was in front of her. "We have provisions for 3 days. We have water. We have the generator. We have lights." "The generator," Paul said. "It runs on diesel. We have how much diesel?" 80 gallons, Connie said. "In the fuel drums outside the equipment trailer." "Outside," Paul said. "Outside," Connie agreed. They looked at each other. The math was simple. The generator powered the lights. The lights kept the dark at bay. The dark contained the thing. The thing was faster than any of them, stronger than any of them, and it had demonstrated twice now that it could approach the trailers without being heard, that it could manipulate objects with human-level dexterity, and that it could kill a person in seconds. The lights were the only thing between them and the thing, and the lights required diesel, and the diesel was outside. "We have enough fuel for tonight," Karen said. "We run the generator until dawn. We keep every light on. We stay inside. We wait for the deputy." The crew agreed. Not because they believed the plan was good, but because they had no other plan, and the alternative to waiting was going outside. And going outside was what had killed Roscoe and Danny, and none of them wanted to be next. The hours passed. The generator hummed. The lights burned. The crew sat in the trailer and they watched the windows and they listened. At 11:00 p.m. the smell came. It came through the ventilation, the same sulfuric, geological rotten stench that had risen from the chamber beneath the cellar. It seeped into the trailer the way smoke seeps into a room, slowly, steadily, filling the space, reaching every corner, every surface, every nostril. The crew gagged. Connie covered her mouth. Bill leaned over and spat on the floor. Paul pressed his shirt against his face. Frank, who had spent years in the caves of Afghanistan and who knew the smell of underground, went to the window and looked out. "The tree line," he said. "The smell is coming from the tree line. It's not the cellar, it's out there, it's—" He stopped. He pressed his face against the glass. "It's circling us." "What?" Corinne said. "It's moving. The smell is moving. It's coming from the north side of the clearing and it's going around, east, south, west. It's walking the perimeter, it's circling the trailers." "It's marking," Lucas said. He opened his eyes. He had been sitting in the corner, silent, motionless for hours. His face was gray. His voice was flat. "It's marking the perimeter. Predators mark their territory. It's telling us, this is mine. You are mine. This clearing is mine." "It can't get in," Corinne said. "The trailers are steel, the doors are locked, the windows are." "The windows are plexiglass," Frank said. He was still at the window, his face against the glass. "The walls are sheet metal over a wood frame. The doors are steel, but the hinges are on the outside and the hinges are screwed into wood. That thing weighs 500 pounds and it can turn a key. It can take a hinge off a door." "Then we reinforce the doors," Corinne said. "We use what we have, furniture, the table, the bunks, we barricade." "The barricade doesn't matter," Lucas said. "It doesn't need to come through the door. It doesn't need to come through the wall. It has the scream. The scream got the security guard. The scream got Danny. The scream locks you. It locks your muscles. It stops your breathing. And then it walks in and takes you." "Then we protect against the scream," Frank said. "We need ear protection. We don't have ear protection," Connie said. "We're a construction crew, not a firing range. We have safety glasses, hard hats, gloves we don't have." "The earplugs," Paul said. He was the surveyor. He reached into his jacket pocket and produced a small plastic case. "I have earplugs for the gun. I survey in areas where people hunt. I carry earplugs so I don't go deaf." He opened the case. Inside were 4 foam earplugs, orange, compressed, the kind that expand to fill the ear canal. 4 plugs for 1 person. "4 plugs," Corinne said. "For 1 person, there are 6 of us." "2 people," Paul said. 2 plugs per person. 2 people can hear normally. 2 people are protected." "Which 2?" Bill said. The foreman had been silent, his face a mask of stubborn animal fear. "Which 2 get the plugs?" "I do," Paul said, "because they're mine and 1 other person, whoever I give them to." "Give them to Frank," Corinne said. "Frank is the only one with combat experience. If the thing gets in, Frank is the one who's going to blow it up," Frank said. He went to the equipment locker in the back of the trailer. He opened it. Inside, among the tools and the supplies, was a case. The kind of case that explosives come in, steel, locked. The kind of case that requires a key and a signature and a background check. Frank took a key from his neck, worn on a chain under his shirt, and unlocked the case. Inside was a quantity of detonating cord, a box of electric blasting caps, a spool of shock tube, and 6 sticks of dynamite. "You brought dynamite," Corinne said, "to a construction site." "I bring dynamite everywhere," Frank said. "I'm a demolition expert. Dynamite is my tool." He looked at the case. "I have enough to collapse the cellar entrance. I have enough to blow a hole in the road. I have enough to—" He paused. "I have enough to blow up anything that walks through that door." "Will dynamite kill it?" Paul asked. "Dynamite kills everything," Frank said. "I've seen dynamite turn a concrete bunker into gravel. I've seen it flip a 7-ton truck. Whatever this thing is, 400 pounds, 500 pounds, 1,000 pounds, dynamite will kill it. The question is whether I can detonate it before it gets to me." The scream, Lucas said. The scream will lock you. You won't be able to. I have earplugs, Frank said. Paul's earplugs, 2 plugs. I'll be able to hear. I'll be able to move. I'll be able to detonate. 2 plugs, Paul said. 1 person, 2 ears. 1 person is enough, Frank said. If the thing comes through that door, I'm the one who's going to be standing here with the detonator. The rest of you, he looked at the crew. The rest of you need to get out, through the back window, through the equipment trailer, down the road, away from here. The road is 10 miles, Corinne said. Through the woods in the dark with that thing. That thing is going to be in here, Frank said, with me and the dynamite. At 1:00 a.m. the screaming started. It came from the south side of the clearing, first from a distance, then closer, the woman's voice. The please help me, I'm right here. And then the other scream, the real scream, the acoustic weapon, and the 2 sounds alternated. The lure and the weapon, the bait and the hook, the voice that draws you out and the voice that locks you in. And the crew pressed their hands against their ears and closed their eyes and waited. The screaming came from the south, then the east, then the north, then the west. The thing was circling the trailers and it was screaming from every direction, and the crew could not tell where it was because the sound was everywhere, because the sound was not coming from a point but from the perimeter, from the entire boundary of the clearing, as though the thing had split itself, as though it had multiplied, as though it was everywhere at once. It can't be everywhere, Paul said. He had the earplugs in. His voice was loud, the voice of a person who cannot hear himself. It's one creature, it's moving fast, it's circling us. It's trying to panic us, Frank said. Frank also had earplugs, 2 of Paul's 4, 1 in each ear. He was standing at the door, the detonator in his hand, the dynamite on the counter beside him. It wants us to run. It wants us to go outside. It's hurting us. Same as before, Lucas said. Same as the tires, same as the security guard. It's cutting off escape, driving us back. Back to the cellar, Corinne said. Back to the cellar, Lucas agreed. The screaming stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the screaming, because the screaming, at least, told them where the thing was, out there, circling at the perimeter. The silence told them nothing. The silence could mean the thing had left. The silence could mean the thing was at the door. The silence could mean the thing was on the roof. A sound on the roof. The same sound that Dale Purdy had heard in the livestock trailer, the slow, heavy, deliberate footfalls of something very large walking on metal. The trailer's sheet metal roof bowed under the weight. The ceiling dimpled. The light fixtures swung. The crew looked up. The footprints were visible in the ceiling, the metal flexing inward with each step, the dimples moving from the front of the trailer to the back, the thing walking the length of the roof with the same measured, predatory gait, and the crew could see the shape of the feet, long, wide, the toes articulated, and the weight, 500 pounds, maybe more, each step a dimple 1.5 inches deep in sheet metal. The thing reached the back of the trailer. It stopped. The crew could hear it breathing, deep, slow, powerful, the breath of a large animal, and the breathing was accompanied by the smell, stronger now, the sulfur and the decay seeping through the ceiling, through the ventilation, through every crack and gap in the trailer's construction. Then the hands. The thing's hands appeared at the edges of the roof, not reaching down, not yet, but gripping the edge, the fingers curling over the gutter, the dark nails scraping against the sheet metal, and the trailer rocked, gently, slowly, the way a cat tests a mouse's cage, the way a predator tests the strength of an enclosure before it commits to breaking it. Frank, Corinne whispered, is the dynamite ready? It's ready, Frank said. His voice was calm. His hands were steady. He had the detonator wired, the blasting caps connected to the dynamite sticks, the shock tube running from the caps to the clacker in his hand. If it comes through the roof, I blow the roof. If it comes through the door, I blow the door. If it comes through the wall. The thing jumped off the roof. The trailer rocked, the weight lifting, the suspension rebounding, the metal popping back into shape. The crew heard the thing land, heavy, the ground shaking, the gravel crunching, and then footsteps, running footsteps, fast, incredibly fast, the footsteps of something that was sprinting, and the footsteps were not going away. The footsteps were going around the trailer, circling, the speed of the circuit increasing, faster and faster, until the sound of the footsteps was a continuous rumble, a vibration, as though the thing was not running but orbiting the trailer at a speed that no animal that size should have been able to sustain. Then it stopped. The silence was absolute. No footsteps, no breathing, no smell. The thing was gone, or the thing was so still, so perfectly motionless, that it made no sound, and the wind had shifted and the smell was gone, and the crew stood in the trailer, their ears ringing, their hearts pounding, and they waited. Nothing happened. Nothing happened for 30 minutes. Nothing happened for an hour. The crew began to relax, not much, not enough to lower their guard, but enough to sit down, enough to breathe, enough to begin to think that maybe the thing had left. Maybe dawn was coming. Maybe the deputy was on his way. Maybe they were going to survive. Then the lights went out. The generator stopped. Not gradually, not a sputter, a cough, a dying wheeze. The generator stopped as though it had been switched off, as though someone had walked up to it and turned the key and killed the engine, and the lights went out and the trailer was dark, and the dark was instant and total. "It killed the generator," Frank said. His voice was still calm. "It went to the generator and it killed it. It knows. It knows the lights keep us safe. It knows the generator is." "Quiet," Lucas said. "Be quiet, listen." They listened. In the dark, in the silence, they heard something. Not footsteps, not breathing, something else, something small. Something that should have been innocuous, but that, in the context, in the dark, after everything, was the most terrifying sound any of them had ever heard. It was the sound of the door latch. The deadbolt, the steel deadbolt that Karen had locked when they came inside. The deadbolt that was rated for 300 pounds of force and that was engaged and that should not have been moving. The deadbolt was moving. The lock was turning. The bolt was sliding, not forced, not broken, but turned, the cylinder rotating, the latch retracting, and the door was opening, and the dark was coming in, and the smell was coming in, and the thing was. Frank detonated the dynamite. The explosion was not a fireball. It was a concussion. A wave of compressed air that hit the door and the wall and the window and the crew, and everything in the trailer with a force that was not heat but pressure. A wall of moving air that blew the door off its hinges, and blew the shards of the window inward, and blew the crew off their feet, and blew the table across the room, and blew the coffee maker, and the microwave, and the hard hats, and the safety glasses, and everything that was not bolted down into the walls, and the corners, and the ceiling. The door was gone. The wall beside the door was gone. The sheet metal peeled back, the wood frame shattered, the insulation blown out in a cloud of pink fiberglass. The night air came in, cold, dark, smelling of explosive and sulfur, and the hot, copper stench of blood that was not the crew's, that was the thing's, that was the blood of whatever had been standing at the door when Frank detonated 6 sticks of dynamite 3 feet from its body. "Go," Frank shouted. "Everyone go out the back now." The crew moved. Karen went first through the back window, the plexiglass already blown out by the concussion, the frame empty, the night beyond. Connie followed, then Bill, then Paul. Lucas went last, pausing at the window, turning back to look at Frank. Frank was standing in the doorway, the blown-out doorway, the gap where the door and the wall had been, with the detonator in his hand, and he was looking at something on the ground. On the ground, in the gravel at the threshold of the trailer, was a shape. The shape was white. The shape was large. The shape was lying on its side, and it was bleeding, not red blood, but a dark, almost black fluid that was thicker than human blood, that pooled in the gravel and did not spread but sat viscous, heavy like mercury. The thing's left arm was gone, blown off at the shoulder, the dynamite having done what dynamite does, which is to turn whatever is nearest into fragments. The thing's chest was open. The white fur burned away, the skin beneath it blackened and split, and inside the chest in the light of the moon, Lucas could see ribs, not human ribs, not animal ribs, but something else. Ribs that were thicker and denser, and that were arranged in a pattern that was not the pattern of any vertebrate he had ever seen, and the ribs were broken. And inside the rib cage was something that was not a heart and not a lung, but that was pumping. The dark fluid, the black blood, pulsing out of the thing's chest in slow, powerful surges. The thing was alive. The thing, missing an arm, its chest opened, its ribs broken, was alive, and it was moving. Its remaining hand, the right hand, the fingers still articulated, the nails still dark, was reaching for Frank's ankle. "Frank," Lucas screamed. "Frank, move." Frank looked down. He saw the hand. He saw the fingers. He saw the nails. He looked at Lucas, and his face was calm, not the calm of courage, but the calm of a man who has already made his decision. "Go," Frank said. "I'll hold it." He raised the detonator. He had one more charge, a single stick of dynamite, wired to a separate cap, the shock tube running from the cap to the clacker in his hand. He pressed the stick of dynamite against the thing's chest, against the open wound, against the pulsing black organ inside the ribcage, and he pressed the clacker. Lucas went through the window. He hit the ground. He ran. The explosion was behind him. A second concussion, a second wall of air. And this time, the sound was different. Not the flat, hard crack of dynamite in the open air, but the wet, muffled, heavy sound of an explosion inside something. Inside a body. Inside a thing that was made of bone and muscle, and something that was not flesh, but that held an explosive charge the way a body holds a heartbeat. Lucas did not look back. He ran. He ran across the gravel pad, past the equipment trailer, past the trucks with their flat tires, past the porta-potty where Danny had died, and he reached the tree line, and he went into the trees, and the dark swallowed him, and he ran. The crew scattered. They scattered because they had no plan, because the plan was gone, because Frank was gone, because the trailer was gone, and the only thing left was the running and the dark and the woods and the road, the 10-mile forest road that was the only way out. Karen ran east. She ran toward the road, the CCC road, the dirt road that led from the clearing to the county highway. She had a flashlight. She had grabbed it from the counter before the explosion, a heavy aluminum maglite that was as much a weapon as a light source. She ran with the flashlight in her hand, the beam cutting through the dark, the trees flashing past, trunks and branches and roots, and the constant, close, claustrophobic press of the forest on both sides. She had gone 200 yards when the scream started. It was ahead of her, on the road, between her and the exit, the woman's voice, "Please, please help me, I'm right here." And then the other screamed the weapon, and the sound locked her legs, locked her arms, locked her jaw, and Karen Stokes, civil engineer, project manager, 44 years old, fell to the ground on the forest road, her flashlight rolling from her hand, the beam spinning, catching the trees, the dirt, the leaves, and then footsteps, heavy, close. The footsteps of something that was walking toward her, that was taking its time, that was not running because it did not need to run, because Karen was on the ground and Karen was paralyzed and Karen was not going anywhere. The footsteps stopped. Something was standing over her. She could smell it, the sulfur, the decay, the hot, rank musk. She could feel it, the weight, the heat, the displacement of air. She could hear it, the breathing, deep and slow, and beneath the breathing, a sound that was not a sound but a vibration, a low, subsonic hum that she felt in her bones, in her teeth, in the fluid of her eyes, a hum that was the thing's presence, the thing's proximity, the thing's way of saying, "I am here. I am above you. I am looking at you." The paralysis held. Karen could not move. She could not blink. She could not breathe. She could only see the flashlight on the ground, its beam illuminating the road, the trees, and at the edge of the beam, the feet. The feet were white. The feet were 15 inches long. The feet were standing on either side of Karen's head, the thing straddling her, its feet on the dirt, its body above her, and Karen could see up. The white fur, the massive torso, the remaining arm, the left arm, the one that had not been blown off, hanging at its side, and at the end of the arm the hand, the fingers flexing, the nails dark. The hand reached down. The fingers spread. The grip closed around Corinne's chest, both sides simultaneously, the compression beginning, the ribs creaking, the pressure building, and Corinne's body was locked. Her muscles frozen, her lungs still, and the pain was starting. The deep, structural, annihilating pain of a ribcage being closed like a book. And the thing was squeezing, and Corinne was dying, and the last thing she saw was the face. The flat, white, featureless face, descending toward her, the mouth opening, the teeth. The teeth closed on Corinne's throat. Not a bite. A grip. The teeth caught the skin of Corinne's neck and pulled, peeling, the way the thing had peeled Danny's face, the skin separating from the muscle, the throat opening, the blood coming, and the thing was feeding on Corinne Stokes, who was alive, who was conscious, who was paralyzed and could not move and could not scream and could only feel the teeth and the pulling and the blood and the cold. Corinne Stokes died on the forest road, 200 yards from the clearing, her body found the next morning by the deputy, her ribcage crushed, her throat peeled, her expression frozen in the same strange, yearning longing that had been on Roscoe's face and Danny's face, and that would be on the face of every person the White Thang killed. Because the voice, the woman's voice, the lure, the bait, was the last thing they heard, and the voice was beautiful, and the beauty of the voice was the thing's most terrible weapon, more terrible than the grip or the teeth or the scream, because the beauty made them want to die. Bill Suttle and Connie Reese ran together. They ran west, not toward the road but toward the canyon, toward the Sipsey Fork, toward the water. Bill had a wrench, a 18-inch pipe wrench, heavy steel, the kind of tool that could break a bone if it hit right. Connie had nothing. They ran through the trees, the undergrowth grabbing at their legs, the branches whipping their faces, the dark absolute, the only light the faint glow of the sky through the canopy. They had gone 300 yards when they heard Corinne scream. The scream was short, cut off, ended, the sound of a person being silenced, and the silence that followed was worse than the scream, because the silence meant Corinne was dead, and the silence meant the thing was done with Corinne and was looking for the next one. "It's coming," Bill said. He stopped. He turned. He looked back the way they had come, the wrench raised, his face a mask of stubborn, desperate defiance. "It's coming. It's going to come through those trees, and when it does, I'm going to." "Bill," Connie said. "Bill, we need to keep moving. We need to get to the water." Lucas said, "The water." He said, "The thing tracks by smell. The water masks the smell if we get in the creek." "The creek is 100 yards down this slope," Bill said. 100 yards in the dark, through." He stopped. He was looking at something in the trees, in the dark. The white shape. It was standing 30 yards away, between two pines, its body blending with the darkness except for the fur. The white, matted, bone-colored fur that seemed to glow, that seemed to pull the light from the sky and hold it. It was missing its left arm, the stump at the shoulder seeping the dark, viscous fluid, the wound still open, still bleeding, but the thing was standing, and the thing was upright, and the thing was looking at them. Not with eyes, because it had no eyes, but looking, the flat face turned toward them, the mouth closed, the body still. "Run," Connie said. "Bill, run, run." Bill did not run. Bill was a foreman. Bill was a heavy equipment operator. Bill had been operating bulldozers since he was 16, and the bulldozer was the biggest thing on the site, and Bill's instinct, the instinct of a man who has spent his life in the cab of a 35,000-pound machine, was to stand his ground and face the thing down, because Bill had never met anything that could not be pushed, crushed, or driven over. Bill raised the wrench. "Come on," he shouted. "Come on, you." The thing moved. The movement was not a walk, not a run, not a lunge. It was a disappearance. The thing was there, 30 yards away, and then it was not, and then it was above, dropping from the canopy from a height of 40 feet, its remaining arm extended, its hand open, its fingers spread, and it landed on Bill's shoulders. The weight was the first thing, 500 pounds or 400 minus the arm, landing on Bill's shoulders from 40 feet. Bill's spine compressed, his knees buckled. His face hit the dirt, and the thing was on top of him on his back, its legs straddling his body, its hand on the back of his head, and the hand was pushing Bill's face into the dirt, into the leaves, into the ground. And the pushing was not gentle. The pushing was the weight of 500 pounds driving a man's face into the earth with a force that was crushing, that was grinding, that was turning Bill's face into the dirt the way a mortar turns grain into flour. Bill's wrench was in his hand. He swung it blind over his shoulder, the wrench arcing through the air and connecting with the thing's torso. The wrench hit the wound, the open chest, the broken ribs, the place where the dynamite had torn the thing open, and the thing screamed. Not the acoustic weapon, a real scream, a scream of pain, a scream that was high and sharp and animal, a scream that was the sound of a creature that had been hurt and was angry. The thing's grip on Bill's head tightened. The hand, the large, dark-nailed hand, closed around Bill's skull, and the fingers pressed and the pressure built, and Bill's skull was being compressed, the temporal plates bending inward, the sutures creaking, the bone flexing in a way that bone is not supposed to flex, and Bill was screaming, and the thing was screaming, and Connie was running. Connie ran. She ran down the slope toward the creek, toward the water, the branches tearing at her clothes, the roots grabbing at her feet, and behind her the sounds. Bill's screaming, the wet structural sound of a skull being crushed, the thing's roar, the silence. The silence came fast. Bill stopped screaming. The thing stopped roaring. The woods were quiet. Connie kept running. She could hear the creek, the Sipsey Fork, the sound of water over stones, the sound of the living world, and she ran toward the sound, and the ground leveled and the trees thinned, and she saw the water. A shallow, fast-moving stream 10 feet wide, 2 feet deep, the water clear and cold in the moonlight. She hit the water. She waded in. The cold was a shock, the creek water freezing, the October night cold, the water reaching her knees, her thighs, her waist. She went to the far bank. She pulled herself out. She rolled into the undergrowth, into the ferns, into the dirt, and she lay there in the mud, in the water, her face in the leaves, and she breathed through her nose, shallow, quiet, silent, and she listened. The woods were quiet. The creek was loud. The water covered her sounds, her breathing, her heartbeat, the trembling of her body. She lay in the mud and she waited. She heard footsteps, heavy, on the near bank. The thing was at the creek. It was standing where she had entered the water, and it was sniffing. She could hear it, the deep, powerful inhalations of a predator that is tracking by scent, that is reading the air, that is looking for the smell of its prey. The smell, the sulfur, the decay, was strong, and the breathing was close, and Connie pressed her face deeper into the mud and did not move. The thing sniffed. The thing paced. The thing walked the bank, upstream, downstream, its footsteps heavy in the mud, its breathing loud. It was looking for her. It was trying to find her. But the creek water had washed her scent from her skin, and the mud masked her smell, and the thing was confused. She could hear it in the breathing, the frustration, the way the pace quickened and slowed, the way the footsteps went one direction and then the other, the predator circling, searching, unable to locate the prey. Connie lay in the mud and did not move. She did not breathe. She did not blink. She was stone. She was dirt. She was nothing. The footsteps moved upstream. The breathing faded. The smell faded. The thing was gone up the creek into the woods away from her. Connie waited. She waited 10 minutes, 20, 30. The woods were quiet. The creek was loud. The moon was high. The night was cold. And Connie Reese, heavy equipment operator, 38 years old, lay in the mud on the bank of the Sipsey Fork and waited for dawn. Dawn came slowly. The sky lightened from black to charcoal to a pale, washed blue, the trees emerging from the dark like photographs developing, first the trunks, then the branches, then the leaves, and finally the undergrowth, the ferns, the moss, the stones, the water. Connie was still in the mud. She had been in the mud for 4 hours. Her body was cold, deep cold, the cold that reaches the bones, the cold that makes the joints ache and the muscles cramp and the mind slow. She had not moved. She had not spoken. She had barely breathed. She raised her head. The creek was in front of her, clear, fast, unchanged. The far bank was empty. The near bank where the thing had paced was churned, the mud torn by deep footprints, the ferns trampled, the bark of a young pine scraped and gouged by claws. The thing had been here. The thing had searched. The thing had not found her. Connie stood. Her legs barely held her, stiff, frozen, the muscles trembling with cold and exhaustion and the aftermath of adrenaline. She stood on the bank of the Sipsey Fork in the early morning light, and she looked upstream and downstream, and she saw nothing. No white shape, no movement, no eyes. The woods were waking. Birds were singing. A squirrel was chattering in the canopy. The world was normal. The world was fine. The world was not fine. Bill was dead. Corinne was dead. Danny was dead. Roscoe was dead. Frank was dead or gone, vanished in the explosion, consumed by the blast or consumed by the thing, and Connie did not know which was worse. The crew was gone. The crew had been 7 people and a project manager, and now the crew was Connie, alone on a creek bank in the Bankhead National Forest, and the thing was somewhere in the woods, and Connie needed to get out. She moved downstream. She moved in the water, wading, keeping the creek between herself and the forest, the cold water numbing her legs, the current pulling at her knees. The creek was the Sipsey Fork, and the Sipsey Fork flowed south and west, away from the site, away from the clearing, away from the cellar, and if she followed it long enough she would reach the canyon, and if she followed the canyon long enough she would reach the road, and if she reached the road... Connie! The voice came from the bank. She stopped. Her heart stopped. The voice was a whisper, barely audible, carried by the water and the morning air. She turned. It was Lucas. He was on the far bank, the bank she had left, the bank that was closer to the clearing, the bank that was closer to the thing. He was crouching in the ferns, his face gray, his eyes dark, his clothes torn and muddy. He was alive. He had survived the night. Lucas, she said. Her voice was a croak, dry, broken, the voice of a person who has not spoken in hours. How? The water, he said. I heard you, I followed the creek, I've been behind you for an hour. He looked at the forest behind him. We need to keep moving. It's dawn, but dawn doesn't mean it's gone. It means it's resting. It hunted all night. It fed. It's full. But it's not asleep and it's not far. You saw it after the explosion. I saw it, Lucas said. I was running, I looked back. The trailer, the back half was gone, blown apart. And in the clearing, in the light of the fire, the explosion had set the equipment trailer on fire and the diesel drums were burning. I saw it. It was standing in the fire, standing in it. The flames were around it and it was not burning. The fur, its fur, the white fur, it was singed, but the skin beneath it was not burning. It was standing in a diesel fire and it was not burning. It's not killable, Connie said. It's killable, Lucas said. Frank heard it. Frank blew its arm off. Frank opened its chest. It bleeds, it feels pain, it screamed. It's not a spirit, it's not a ghost. It's an animal, a big, old, smart animal, and animals can be killed. He looked at the sky. But not by us, not today. Today we survive. They moved downstream. Lucas on one bank, Connie in the water, both of them watching the trees, both of them listening. The creek wound through the canyon, limestone bluffs on either side, the water clear and cold, the sky visible in strips between the canopy. They moved for an hour. 2. The sun rose, the air warmed. The birds sang. The world was beautiful and the beauty was obscene because the beauty was a lie, because the world that contained the thing was not beautiful, was not safe, was not the world that Connie had believed in 12 hours ago. They found Paul at the confluence. The Sipsey Fork met a tributary, a smaller creek, coming from the east from the direction of the county road. At the junction in the shallows, in 2 feet of water, Paul Whitfield was lying on his back. His eyes were open. His mouth was open. His chest was caved, crushed, compressed, the same bilateral compression that had killed the goat and the security guard and Danny and Corinne. His face was gone, peeled, the skin removed in a single sheet, the muscle beneath red and wet and exposed. He was dead. He had been dead for hours. The water had washed most of the blood away, and his body lay in the creek like a discarded thing, pale and still and empty. Connie knelt beside him. She did not touch him. She did not need to. Paul was dead, and Paul had the earplugs that had been in his pocket, the earplugs that Frank had used, the earplugs that had allowed Frank to detonate the dynamite, The earplugs that had, in the end, saved no one. Because Paul had given his earplugs to Frank and had gone into the woods without protection. And the thing had screamed, and the scream had locked him. And the thing had found him and peeled him and crushed him and left him in the creek like a shell on a beach. Lucas knelt beside Paul. He touched the man's hand, the fingers cold, the skin waxy, the wrist limp. He was running for the road, Lucas said. He got close. Another half-mile and he would have been on the county highway. Another half-mile, Connie said. She looked at the tributary, the smaller creek, the one that led to the road. The road was half a mile away. The road was close. The road was almost there. We go, Lucas said. We go now, while it's resting, while it's full. They left Paul. They left him in the creek, in the water, in the sun, and they went upstream along the tributary, Connie in the water, Lucas on the bank, moving toward the road, moving toward the county highway, moving toward the world that did not contain the thing. They reached the road at 8:30 a.m. The road was a two-lane county highway, asphalt patched, the yellow lines faded, the shoulders narrow. It was empty, no cars, no trucks, no people. The road went north and south, and north led back to the site, back to the clearing, back to the cellar, and south led to Cullman, to the sheriff, to the world. They went south. They walked on the asphalt, the smooth, hard, man-made surface that was the opposite of the forest, the opposite of the mud, the opposite of the creek, the opposite of everything that the thing inhabited. They walked on the road because the road was open, was visible, was lit by the sun, and the thing, if it was still hunting, would have to come into the open to reach them, and in the open, in the sun, on the road, they would see it coming. They walked for 20 minutes. The road curved. The trees thinned. A gas station appeared, a small single-pump station, the kind that exists at crossroads in rural America, with a store that sells cigarettes and lottery tickets and canned goods and gasoline, and a single attendant who sits behind the counter and watches the road. They reached the gas station. They went inside. The attendant was an old man, 70 maybe, thin, with a face like cracked leather and eyes that were pale and watery, and that widened when he saw them. Two people, muddy, bloody, gray-faced, walking out of the woods on a Tuesday morning, looking like they had crawled out of a grave. "Lord have mercy," the attendant said. "What happened to you?" "There's something in the woods," Connie said. "On the Henderson site, the logging camp, there's something." "I know what's out there," the attendant said. His voice was quiet. His eyes were not on Connie. His eyes were on the window. The window faced north, faced the road, faced the trees, faced the direction they had come from. "I know what's out there. I've known my whole life. My daddy knew. His daddy knew. Everybody in this county knows. Nobody talks about it because talking about it doesn't help. It doesn't stop. You can't stop it. You can only stay away." "We need the sheriff," Lucas said. "We need an ambulance. We need." "The sheriff knows," the attendant said. "He's known since the call came in last night. He's not coming. He's not sending anyone, not up there, not to the bankhead, not to the place where the White Thing is." "He's not coming," Connie said. 6 people are dead, 6 people. 7, Lucas said. He was looking out the window the same direction as the attendant, north toward the trees. Roscoe, Danny, Frank, Karen, Bill, Paul, and the veterinarian's assistants, 2 more, 8. "The veterinarian's assistants," the attendant said. "I heard about that. Henderson Farm, that was 2 weeks ago." He shook his head. "It's waking up. It's been asleep for a long time, since the camp closed, since the loggers sealed the cave. 80 years, 80 years of quiet, and now somebody broke the seal and it's awake and it's hungry." "It's more than hungry," Lucas said. "It's territorial. It was kept in that chamber for a reason. The settlers, the loggers, they didn't just find it. They put it there. They sealed it there. They kept it there because they couldn't kill it and they couldn't drive it away, and the only thing they could do was lock it underground and hope it stayed." "It didn't stay," the attendant said. "It didn't stay," Lucas agreed. The attendant reached under the counter. He produced a phone, a landline, the kind that rural businesses still have, the kind that does not need cell towers or satellites, just copper wire and electricity. He handed the phone to Connie. "Call who you want," he said. "Call the sheriff, call the state police, call the governor, but I'm telling you, nobody is going up that road. Not today, not until the thing goes back to sleep." "How does it go back to sleep?" Connie said. The attendant looked at her. His eyes were old and tired and afraid. "It goes back to sleep when there's nothing left to eat," he said. Connie called the sheriff. The sheriff's office answered. The dispatcher said, "We're aware of the situation. We've contacted the state police. We've contacted the game warden. We've contacted the forestry service. We're advising all civilians to stay away from the Bankhead National Forest until the situation is resolved." "What situation?" Connie said. "What are you calling it? What are you telling people?" "We're calling it a wildlife incident," the dispatcher said. "Aggressive animal, possibly a bear, possibly a feral dog pack. We're advising." "It's not a bear," Connie said. "It's not a dog, it's a—" "Ma'am," the dispatcher said, "we're doing what we can. Stay where you are. Help is coming." Help came. At noon, a state police cruiser arrived, 2 troopers armed in tactical vests. They spoke to Connie and Lucas. They took statements. They wrote down the names of the dead. They did not go up the road. They did not go to the site. They did not go to the clearing or the cellar or the trees. At 2:00 p.m., a forestry service truck arrived, 2 rangers with rifles. They spoke to the troopers. They spoke to Connie and Lucas. They looked at the road that led to the site, the road that disappeared into the trees, and they did not go. At 3:00 p.m., a helicopter appeared, News Channel 6 out of Birmingham, circling, filming the site visible from the air as a scar on the green canopy. They filmed the burning equipment trailer. They filmed the blown-out construction trailer. They filmed the porta-potty where Danny had died. They did not film the thing because the thing was not in the clearing. The thing was in the trees. The thing was in the canopy. The thing was. At 3:17 p.m., the helicopter banked hard. The pilot said something on the radio, something that the troopers on the ground heard on their scanner, something that the news station did not broadcast, something that the troopers did not repeat but that Connie saw in their faces. The helicopter had seen something. Something white, something large, something that was in the canopy, that was moving through the trees at a speed that was not the speed of any animal that the pilot had ever seen, and the pilot had banked away, and the helicopter had gone home, and Channel 6 did not broadcast the footage. The troopers left at 4:00 p.m. The rangers left at 4:30. The attendant closed the gas station at 5:00. "I'm going home," he said. "I'm going home and I'm locking my doors and I'm not coming back until they tell me it's safe. And they won't tell me it's safe because it's not safe. It's not safe up there. It's not safe in the Bankhead. It's not safe in the bottoms. It's not safe near the caves." Connie and Lucas stayed. They stayed in the gas station, in the parking lot, in the sun, and they waited. They waited because they had nowhere to go, no car, no phone, no way to call anyone who would come. And they waited because the road was open and the sun was up and the thing was in the trees and not on the road. And as long as the sun was up, they told themselves they were safe. They told themselves this because they needed to believe something, and the alternative was the truth. And the truth was that the thing had killed 8 people in one night, that the thing was still alive despite having been blown up with dynamite, that the thing was still in the forest, and that the forest was everywhere, north, south, east, west. The Bankhead was 181,000 acres, and the thing could go wherever it wanted, and the road was not a barrier, and the sun was not a shield. And the only thing that had kept the thing in the forest was the fact that it was full, that it had eaten, that it had hunted all night and killed and consumed, and it was resting, and resting was temporary. At 6:00 p.m. the sun began to set. The shadows lengthened. The trees at the edge of the parking lot began to darken. The road, which had been bright and hot and safe, began to cool, and the cooling was the cooling of the day ending and the night beginning, and the night was the thing's time, and Connie and Lucas knew this, and they looked at each other and they did not speak, because what was there to say? "We need to leave," Lucas said. "We need to get to Cullman, to the sheriff's office, to a place with people and lights and walls." "How?" Connie said. "We don't have a car, the road is." "We walk," Lucas said. "The county highway, south. It's 12 miles to Cullman, 3 hours on the road. We walk fast, we stay on the asphalt, we don't go near the trees, and we get to Cullman before dark." "It's almost dark," Connie said. "Then we walk fast." They walked. They walked south on the county highway, the asphalt under their feet, the sun behind them, the shadows in front of them growing longer and darker and reaching across the road like fingers. They walked fast, not running, because running attracts attention, because running is the behavior of prey, and they did not want to be prey. They walked. Two people on a road in the declining light in the country where the thing lived. The first mile was fine. The second mile was fine. The trees on either side of the road were set back. The highway had a wide shoulder mowed, the grass cut low, the ditches clear. The road was open. The road was visible. They could see for 100 yards in each direction. At the third mile the sun set. The light went. The road became a gray ribbon in the dark, the center line barely visible, the shoulders invisible. The trees, which had been set back, closed in, the road narrowed, the canopy meeting overhead, the sky disappearing, the world becoming a tunnel of leaves and branches and dark. Lucas stopped. Connie stopped beside him. "What?" she said. "Listen," he said. They listened. The road was quiet. The woods were quiet. No birds, no insects, no wind, nothing. The silence was the silence of a forest that has gone still, not the peaceful silence of a sleeping forest, but the terrified silence of a forest that is holding its breath, the silence that prey animals make when the predator is near. "It's here," Lucas said. "Where?" "Everywhere, the silence. The animals stop when it's near. They stop because they know. They know the way the dogs knew, the way the goats knew, the way every living thing knows when the thing that eats them is close." "What do we do?" Lucas looked at the road. The road went south. The road went to Cullman. The road was 12 miles long, and 3 miles were behind them, and 9 were ahead, and 9 miles of dark road through dark woods was 9 miles of exposure, 9 miles of vulnerability, 9 miles of being in the thing's territory. "The smell," Lucas said. "The thing, the White Thang, it tracks by smell. It found us by our scent. It found the crew by our scent. It found Roscoe by his scent. The sulfur, the stench, that's not just its den smell. That's its pheromone, its tracking scent. It marks its territory and it reads the territory. It reads the scent of every living thing that passes through, and it follows the scent, and the scent is how it finds you." "So we mask our scent," Connie said. "We mask our scent," Lucas said. "The way I told you, the creek, the mud, the livestock, the dead cattle, the dead goats. The thing kills livestock and leaves the carcasses. The carcasses smell. The smell is stronger than our smell if we cover ourselves in the smell of the dead livestock." "You want us to cover ourselves in rotting meat?" "I want us to survive," Lucas said. "And the only way to survive is to smell like something the thing doesn't want to eat. The thing eats people, it eats goats, it eats cattle, but it doesn't eat carrion. It doesn't eat what's already dead. It kills fresh. It takes the living. If we smell like carrion, if we smell like something that's already dead, it won't want us." Connie looked at him. She looked at the road. She looked at the dark. And then she looked at the ditch, where, at the edge of the mowed shoulder in the grass, she could see a shape that was large and dark and still, and that smelled, even from 10 feet away, even through the clean October air, of rot. It was a cow. A dead cow, a black Angus, lying on its side in the ditch, its belly swollen with gas, its legs stiff, its eyes gone, its mouth open, the tongue black and protruding. It had been dead for days. The smell was extraordinary, the thick, sweet, cloying, overwhelming stench of decomposition, of bacteria and enzymes and the chemical breakdown of tissue, the smell that is the opposite of the smell of life, the smell that says, "This is done. This is over. This is not food." Where did it come from? Connie said. The Henderson farm, Lucas said. The thing has been killing livestock for weeks. The carcasses, it's been leaving them, on the roads, in the ditches, blocking the roads. Remember, the biological barrier. The thing kills the cattle and leaves them on the main roads to block the escape routes. It's been doing this all along. It's been planning this, Connie said. It's been hunting, Lucas said. This is what it does. It's a predator. It has a territory, it has prey, and it has strategies. It's not planning. It's doing what it evolved to do, and what it evolved to do is very, very good. They went to the cow. They knelt beside it. The smell was unbearable, thick, sweet, nauseating, the smell of a body that has been decomposing in the sun for days. The skin split, the fluids leaking, the maggots working. Connie gagged. Lucas did not. Lucas put his hands on the cow's hide and pushed, and the hide moved, slipping, the skin separating from the muscle beneath, the way skin separates on a body that has been dead long enough for the connective tissue to break down. We rub this on us, Lucas said. The fluid, the decomposition fluid, on our skin, our clothes, our hair, everywhere. We make ourselves smell like this. Connie looked at him. She looked at the cow. She looked at the dark, the road, the trees. And then she did what she had to do because the alternative was the thing, and the thing was worse than the smell. The thing was worse than the rot. The thing was worse than anything. She put her hands inside the cow. They smelled like death. They smelled like the worst thing either of them had ever smelled, and they had both, in the last 24 hours, smelled the White Thang, which was saying something, because the White Thang smelled like sulfur and decay and the deep earth, and the cow smelled like the surface, like sun and bacteria and the active, wet, living process of a body being consumed by organisms that were not picky about their host. They covered themselves, their arms, their necks, their faces, their hair, their clothes, with the fluid, the viscous, dark, stinking liquid that pooled inside the cow's body cavity, and the fluid was warm, body temperature. The retained heat of a large animal that had been dead for days but that had not yet cooled because the decomposition process generates its own heat, and the heat made the smell worse, and the smell was so bad that Connie could not smell anything else. Not the trees, not the road, not the night air, not the thing if the thing was near. They walked south on the county highway, and they stank, and the stank was their armor, their camouflage, their invisibility cloak. They walked and they listened, and the forest was still silent, the heavy, breathless, predator-near silence that Lucas had identified, but the silence did not change. The silence did not get closer. The silence did not become the silence of a thing that is standing behind you. They walked 3 miles, 4, 5. The road was dark, the canopy overhead, the moon rising. They walked and they did not speak because speaking was sound, and sound was what the thing tracked, and the thing could hear a twig snap from a mile away, could hear a breath from 100 yards, could hear a heartbeat from 10 feet, and they did not want to be heard. At the 7th mile, Lucas stopped. He held up his hand. Connie stopped. "What?" she whispered. "Listen." They listened. The silence was still there, the forest silence, the predator silence, but something was different. Something had changed. The silence was not uniform. There was a direction to it, a focus, a concentration, a place where the silence was deepest, where the absence of sound was most intense. "It's following us," Lucas whispered. "It's behind us, on the road, it's tracking us." "I thought the smell." "The smell is masking our scent. It can't smell us, but it can hear us. Our footsteps, our breathing, it's following the sound." They stood on the road. Behind them, north, back the way they had come, the dark. In the dark, somewhere, the thing, following, tracking, listening. "We need to get off the road," Lucas said. "We need to go where our footsteps are quiet, where the ground is soft. Mud, water, the creek." "There's no creek here," Connie said. "We're on the highway, the nearest creek is." "The ditch," Lucas said. "The drainage ditch. It runs beside the road, it's muddy, it's wet. Our footsteps will be silent, and the mud will add to the smell, it will cover us more." They went into the ditch. The ditch was shallow, 2 feet deep, 3 feet wide, running along the east side of the highway, filled with muddy water and dead leaves and the dark, rich, organic smell of decomposition that was, on top of the cow smell, almost unbearable. They crawled. They got on their hands and knees in the ditch, in the mud, in the water, and they crawled. South, toward Cullman, toward the world, their bodies low, their movements slow, their sounds minimal. They crawled for 2 miles. The mud was cold. The water was cold. The night was cold. Their knees were raw. Their hands were numb. Their faces were caked with mud and cow fluid and the combined, indescribable stench of both, and they crawled and they listened, and behind them, on the road, on the asphalt, the sound of footsteps. Heavy footsteps. The footsteps of something large walking on the road, following the road, the same road they had been walking on. The thing was on the road. The thing was behind them. The thing was tracking them, and the thing was close. How close, Connie could not tell, because the footsteps were the kind of sound that carries, that bounces off the trees, that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere. But the thing was there on the road, and they were in the ditch, and the ditch was their only hope. The footsteps stopped. The thing had stopped. It was standing on the road, and it was listening, and Connie and Lucas were in the mud, and they were not moving, and they were not breathing, and they were not making any sound, and the thing was. The thing sniffed. The deep, powerful inhalation, the predator reading the air. The thing was on the road, and it was sniffing the air, and the air smelled like cow, like carrion, like something dead. And the thing was confused the way it had been confused at the creek, the frustration, the circling, the inability to locate the prey. The thing sniffed again, and then the footsteps resumed, walking, not running, the thing moving south on the road, past the ditch, past Connie and Lucas, past the 2 human beings who were lying in the mud 2 feet below the asphalt, covered in cow fluid and mud and rot, and the thing walked past them, and the footsteps faded, and the thing was gone. Lucas exhaled. Connie exhaled. They looked at each other in the dark, in the mud, in the ditch, and they did not speak, because speaking was sound and sound was death, and they had survived, and survival was not something to celebrate with words. They crawled. They crawled the remaining 3 miles in the ditch, in the mud, and at 11:00 p.m. they reached the outskirts of Cullman. They climbed out of the ditch, muddy, stinking, unrecognizable, and they walked into the first gas station they found, and the attendant looked at them, and the attendant screamed, because 2 people who are covered in cow decomposition fluid and mud at 11 o'clock at night are 2 people who look like they have crawled out of a grave, and Connie and Lucas had. The sun was coming up. Connie was in the sheriff's office, in a room with fluorescent lights and a table, and a cup of coffee that she was holding with both hands because her hands would not stop shaking. She had showered twice, and the smell was still in her nostrils, in her hair, in her skin, in the pores, in the memory. The smell that would not leave, because the smell was not a smell anymore but a presence, a thing that lived in her sinuses and that she would carry, the way the veterans she knew carried the smell of burning oil, and the way the firefighters she knew carried the smell of smoke. Lucas was in the next room. He had given his statement. He had told the sheriff everything: the cellar, the chamber, the smell, the security guard, Danny, Corinne, Bill, Paul, Frank, the dynamite, the explosion, the thing, the white fur, the face, the mouth, the teeth. He had told it all, and the sheriff had listened, and the sheriff had written it down, and the sheriff had not said, "I believe you," and had not said, "I don't believe you," because the sheriff was a man who had lived in Cullman County his whole life, and who knew the stories the way everyone knew the stories, and who was now faced with the fact that the stories were true, and the fact was too large for belief or disbelief, and so the sheriff had simply written it down and said nothing. The Forestry Service had closed the bankhead. The state police had closed the county road. The National Guard had been called, not to hunt the thing, but to evacuate the residents of the farms and homesteads that bordered the forest, the people who lived in the zone between the thing's territory and the human world, the people who had been hearing the scream for weeks, and who had been telling the sheriff and the rangers and anyone who would listen that something was wrong out there. Something was in the woods, Something was killing the livestock and screaming in the night, and who had been told, as they had always been told, that it was coyotes, that it was feral dogs, that it was swamp gas, that it was stories. The stories were true. The stories had always been true. And now the thing was awake, and the thing was free, and the thing was in the forest, and the forest was 181,000 acres, and the thing could go wherever it wanted. Connie finished her coffee. She stood. She walked to the window. The window faced north, not toward the bankhead, not toward the site, not toward the forest, but north was north, and north was the direction the forest was, and the forest was where the thing was, and the thing was. She stopped. She was shaking. Not from cold, the room was warm, from the memory, from the weight of the last 24 hours. From the knowledge that the thing was real, that the thing was alive, that the thing was out there in the trees, in the dark, in the cave, in the place where the White Thing sleeps, and that the thing had tasted human flesh and human fear, and that the thing would hunt again, because hunting was what it did, because hunting was what it was. She turned from the window. She sat back down. She looked at the sheriff, who was looking at his notes, and at the deputy, who was looking at the door, and at the room, which was a room in a building, in a town, in a county, in a state, in a country, in a world that contained the thing. And the thing did not care about rooms or buildings or towns or counties or states or countries, because the thing was older than all of them, and the thing would be here when they were gone. The sheriff's phone rang. The sheriff picked it up. He listened. His face changed, the color leaving it, the way color leaves a face when the blood retreats, when the body prepares for something that the mind cannot yet process. He hung up. That was the gas station, the sheriff said. The one on County Road 27, the one where he stopped. He looked at Connie, he looked at Lucas. The attendant, the old man, he's gone. Gone, Connie said. Gone, the station is open, the lights are on, the coffee is hot, the register is closed. His car is in the lot, but he's gone. No blood, no sign of a struggle, he's just gone. The room was quiet. The fluorescent lights hummed. The coffee cooled. The sun was up, fully, the morning light filling the windows, the world bright and warm and ordinary, and in the ordinary world, in the bright world, in the warm world, a man had vanished from a gas station on a road that bordered the forest, and the forest had taken him, and the forest would take more, because the forest was the thing's territory, and the thing was hungry, and the thing was always hungry, and the thing was. From outside, from the north, from the direction of the forest, from the direction of the bankhead, from the direction of the place where the White Thing sleeps and wakes and hunts and kills and feeds, a sound. It was faint, it was distant, it was the sound of a woman screaming. "Please," the voice said, "please help me, I'm right here, please." The room went silent. The sheriff's hand went to his sidearm. The deputy's hand went to his radio. Connie's hands went to her ears. Lucas's eyes went to the window. And from the forest, from the trees, from the place where the thing had been sleeping for 80 years, and that someone had woken by breaking the seal on a limestone chamber in a forgotten logging camp in a remote hollow in the Bankhead National Forest in Cullman County, Alabama, a single, high-pitched scream of a woman in distress. Echoing through the trees, carrying across the fields and the roads and the farms and the houses and the town, reaching every ear, touching every brain, triggering in every human being who heard it the same deep, ancient, precognitive response. The response that says, without words, without thought, something is out there. Something is hungry, something is coming. The scream faded, the silence returned, the sun was bright, the morning was warm, the world was ordinary. And in the distance, from the trees, the scream began again. The weight of the breath. The heart rate monitor flatlined at 3:47 a.m., but the patient's heart had not stopped. This was the first anomaly that Dr. Lena Vasquez noted when she reviewed the telemetry logs from Room 6 of the Meridian Sleep Institute's overnight observation ward. The waveform, the green, spiking tracer that represented the electrical activity of patient 1147's heart, collapsed to a flat, unbroken line at exactly 03:47:12. By every clinical standard, this meant death. No electrical impulse, no mechanical contraction, no circulation. The patient should have been coding, and the crash cart should have been wheeled into the room with the kind of frenetic urgency that defines the thin membrane between life and death in a medical setting. But the patient was not dead. The pulse oximeter clamped to patient 1147's right index finger continued to report a blood oxygen saturation of 97%. The respiratory effort belt strapped around the patient's chest continued to rise and fall in a slow, rhythmic cadence. The EEG electrodes plastered to the patient's scalp continued to register brain activity, slow-wave, delta-dominant activity consistent with stage N3 deep sleep. The patient was, by every available metric other than the ECG, alive and sleeping peacefully. Dr. Vasquez stared at the telemetry strip for a long time. She pulled it from the printer and held it up to the fluorescent light of the monitoring station, tilting it slightly, as though the angle might reveal some calibration error or printer malfunction that could explain what she was seeing. She found none. The line was perfectly flat, not a single artifact, not a single blip of motion or electrical interference. It was as though the heart had simply ceased to produce electricity while continuing, somehow, to pump blood. Then she saw the second waveform. It appeared on the ECG channel approximately 4 seconds after the flatline began. A second, much slower rhythm, approximately 11 beats per minute, superimposed over the dead trace of the patient's own heart. The morphology was wrong. It did not resemble any cardiac rhythm she had ever seen in 23 years of clinical practice. The complexes were enormous, 2-3 times the amplitude of a normal QRS, and they were oddly shaped, their peaks rounded and their troughs elongated, as though the electrical signal was traveling through a medium that was not human tissue. The intervals between beats were not regular. They had a sinuous, almost respiratory quality, like the rhythm of something breathing rather than the mechanical firing of a sinuatrial node. Dr. Vasquez pulled the telemetry from the printer and walked to room 6. She pushed the door open. The room was dark, lit only by the pale blue glow of the bedside monitor and the thin corridor of light that spilled in from the hallway. Patient 1147, a man named Harold Gaines, 57 years old, admitted for evaluation of chronic insomnia so severe it had begun to affect his cardiac function, was lying on his back, arms at his sides, the sheet pulled up to his chest. His eyes were closed. His face was slack. He appeared, to all observation, to be sleeping deeply and without distress. Dr. Vasquez looked at the space directly above his chest. There was nothing there. Empty air. The ceiling, approximately 9 feet above the bed, a single fluorescent fixture, unlit. Nothing that could produce an electrical signal of any kind, let alone one powerful enough to register on a hospital-grade ECG. She pulled the telemetry strip from her coat pocket and looked at it again. The second rhythm continued for 11 seconds before it, 2, flatlined, and then, approximately 3 seconds later, patient 1147's own cardiac rhythm resumed, normal sinus rhythm, 72 beats per minute, as though nothing had happened. The total event had lasted 18 seconds. The monitor had not alarmed. The nurse on duty had not been notified. The only evidence was the telemetry strip in her hand, and the faint, lingering smell of wet earth that Dr. Vasquez noticed only when she leaned in close to adjust the patient's electrodes. Wet earth, and something else beneath it, something organic and old, like meat that had been left to cure in a cool, dark place. She noted the anomaly in the patient's chart, ordered a repeat ECG, and went back to her office. She did not sleep that night. She told herself it was because the telemetry strip was fascinating. She did not acknowledge the other reason, that standing in that dark room, looking at the empty space above Harold Gaines' chest, she had felt something she could not name. Not fear, exactly, more like the feeling of being watched by something that was breathing. 6 weeks later, the Meridian Sleep Institute closed its clinical operations. The official reason was financial insolvency. The unofficial reason, which circulated in hushed conversations among the staff and was never documented in any report, was that 3 patients had experienced the same ECG anomaly on the same night, and that one of them, a woman named Patricia Cohn, 44 years old, had been found the following morning in a condition that the day nurse, a 20-year veteran of intensive care units, described only as not right. Patricia was alive. Her heart was beating, her lungs were inflating and deflating, but when the nurse had tried to wake her, Patricia's eyes had opened and the nurse had seen nothing behind them. No recognition, no awareness, no light, just a flat gray vacancy like the surface of still water in a windowless room. Patricia Cohn was transferred to a long-term care facility. She never regained consciousness. The telemetry from her room was reviewed and found to contain the same anomaly, the same flatline, the same second, slower heartbeat, the same 11 beat per minute rhythm that did not belong to her. Dr. Lena Vasquez resigned from the Meridian Sleep Institute the week after the closure. She took a position at a university research hospital, far from sleep studies and telemetry strips and the smell of wet earth. She did not speak about the anomaly again. She did, however, begin keeping a journal. The first entry, dated 6 days after Patricia Cohn was found, read: "The heartbeat was not coming from the patient. It was coming from the space above the patient. I know what that means and I know how it sounds and I don't care. Something was in that room." The journal was never published. It was found, years later, in a box of personal effects that Vasquez's daughter donated to a university archive. By that time, the events at the retreat in the Appalachian foothills had already become the subject of law enforcement reports, forensic investigations, and a sealed grand jury proceeding. The journal was entered into evidence as Exhibit 14C. It was the first document that connected the Meridian anomaly to what happened at the Deep Sleep Wellness Retreat, though it would not be the last. The retreat was called the Stillwater Deep Sleep Institute, though the people who paid to stay there called it, with a kind of grim irony that only the chronically sleepless can muster, the bunker. It was located on a 200-acre parcel of land in the Appalachian foothills of eastern Kentucky, accessible only by a single-lane gravel road that wound through 12 miles of second-growth forest before terminating at a gate of weathered steel. Beyond the gate, the road continued for another half-mile before opening onto a clearing, and in that clearing sat the building. The building was a masterpiece of brutalist concrete architecture, a squat, windowless monolith that rose 3 stories from the earth like a dental filling in the jaw of the forest. It had been designed in the early 1970s by a firm that specialized in government bunkers and research facilities, and it had the aesthetic of a place designed not to welcome human beings but to contain something. The walls were poured concrete, 18 inches thick, reinforced with steel rebar dense enough to block cell signals, and, according to the retreat's promotional materials, 99.7% of ambient electromagnetic radiation. The interior was a maze of narrow corridors, low ceilings, and rooms of varying sizes, each fitted with heavy, sound-dampened doors, and a centralized climate control system that maintained the air at a constant 68 degrees and 40% humidity regardless of the season. The retreat had been purchased and rebranded in 2019 by a company called Somnus Health Group, a wellness corporation that specialized in neuro-optimization therapies for high-functioning professionals. Somnus had recognized, with the keen commercial instincts of a company that understood its target market, that the same demographic that paid $400 for sound baths and $1,200 for dopamine fasts would pay any price for the one thing their wealth could not buy: a full night of uninterrupted, restorative sleep. The program was called Deep Sleep Therapy. It was pitched as a 2-week residential immersion that combined sensory deprivation, sound frequency modulation, and what the promotional literature described as guided neural recalibration. The cost was $18,000 per person, and the waiting list was 8 months long. There were 12 guests in the September cohort. They arrived on a Tuesday afternoon, their vehicles, a collection of Audi sedans, Tesla Model XS, and a single vintage Porsche that belonged to a hedge fund manager who had not slept more than 4 hours a night in 11 years, parked in the gravel lot beside the building. They were, to a person, the kind of people who described themselves as Type A, who used phrases like cognitive performance and biohacking without irony, and who had tried every available intervention for their insomnia: medication, meditation, CBTI, magnesium glycinate, weighted blankets, blue light blocking glasses, and in several cases ketamine therapy, without lasting success. They were also, though they did not know it, about to become the subjects of the most thorough and horrifying documentation of sleep paralysis-related phenomena in the history of recorded medicine. The group was greeted in the building's atrium, a low, concrete room with a single skylight that cast a pale rectangle of daylight onto the polished floor, by the retreat's director, a woman named Dr. Anya Corvus. Dr. Corvus was tall and angular, with a shaved head and the kind of still, watchful demeanor that made people feel either deeply calm or deeply uneasy, depending on their temperament. She had a PhD in neuropsychology and had spent 5 years as a researcher at a Department of Defense sleep laboratory before transitioning to the private sector. She spoke in the measured, syllable-conscious cadence of someone who had been trained to deliver difficult information to people who were accustomed to controlling every aspect of their environments. "Welcome to Stillwater," she said. "You are here because your brains have forgotten how to do the one thing they were designed to do when the lights go out. Over the next 14 days, we are going to remind them." She did not mention the limestone caverns. The limestone caverns beneath the Stillwater property were not a secret exactly, but they were not mentioned in any of Somnus Health Group's promotional materials, and they did not appear on the site survey that the company had commissioned before purchasing the property. They were, however, well known to the local residents of Harlan County, who had been telling stories about the caves for as long as anyone could remember. The caves were a karst system, a network of dissolved limestone passages formed over millions of years by the slow, patient action of groundwater. They extended for an estimated 4 miles beneath the property, though only a fraction of that had been mapped. The entrances were narrow, vertical fissures in the limestone bedrock, most of them choked with vegetation and debris, and they descended at steep angles into a darkness that even the most experienced spelunkers in the region described as wrong. The local stories about the caves were not the kind of stories that appeared in Chamber of Commerce brochures. They were the kind of stories that were told on porches at dusk by old men who had known other old men who had known the original settlers. They were stories about a thing that lived in the caves, a thing that the settlers had called the Night Hag, and that the indigenous peoples of the region, who had avoided the area for centuries before the settlers arrived, had called by a name that translated loosely as the one who breathes on you while you sleep. The stories were consistent in their details, which was unusual for oral traditions that had been passed down through multiple generations and cultural filters. The Night Hag was described as a female entity, tall, emaciated, with skin the color and texture of wet clay that had been left to dry and then re-soaked, so that it hung in loose, sagging folds from a skeletal frame. Her eyes were the color of embers viewed through smoke, dull red, persistent and alive. She did not walk. She drifted, hovering inches above the ground, and she was most often perceived not as a visual phenomenon but as a physical one. The sensation of a crushing weight on the chest, the smell of earth and decay, and the sound of breathing that was not the breather's own. The settlers had not tried to kill the hag. They had tried to contain her. According to the stories, the original settlers, German and Scotch-Irish immigrants who had arrived in the region in the late 1700s, had discovered the hag's lair in the cave system and had performed a series of rituals designed to induce a state of dormancy. These rituals involved, according to the most detailed accounts, the construction of a sleeping chamber deep within the cavern system, a room lined with iron and sealed with a mixture of limestone dust, animal fat, and a plant that the settlers had brought from Europe, and that the stories referred to only as the black flower, which no botanist had ever been able to identify. The rituals had worked according to the stories. The hag had been dormant for nearly 2 centuries, sleeping in her iron-lined chamber deep below the hills. The settlers had passed the knowledge of the caves down through the generations, always with the same warning: do not disturb the ground above the caves. Do not build above them. Do not break the seal. The Stillwater Deep Sleep Institute was built directly above the largest cave passage in the system. Its foundation pylons had been driven 40 feet into the limestone bedrock, and 3 of them had been sunk directly into the ceiling of the main cavern, fracturing the rock and creating fissures that extended from the cavern's surface to the building's subbasement. No one at Somnus Health Group knew this. The site survey had been conducted by a firm based in Lexington that had used ground-penetrating radar and had noted, in a footnote on page 43 of its report, anomalies in the subsurface geology consistent with a possible karst feature, and had recommended further geotechnical evaluation prior to construction. The recommendation had been marked noted and filed. The pylons were driven the following spring. The fissures in the cavern ceiling were narrow, most less than an inch wide, and they did not create any structural concern for the building above. But they allowed air to move between the cavern and the subbasement, and that air carried with it the scent of the cave, wet limestone, still water, and something else. Something old. Something that had been sleeping for a very long time and was, as the building's climate control system began to circulate air through the subbasement and up through the vents into every room in the facility, beginning to stir. The first night was uneventful, as first nights at retreats tend to be. The guests were processed, oriented, and shown to their rooms. Each room was identical: a narrow concrete cell, 12 by 16 feet, containing a single platform bed with a hospital-grade mattress, a bedside table with a built-in speaker system, a small desk, and a wall-mounted control panel that allowed the guests to adjust the room's temperature, lighting, and, most importantly, the sound frequency that would be played through the speaker system throughout the night. The sound frequency was the centerpiece of the deep sleep therapy program. Dr. Corvus had developed it during her time at the Department of Defense, where she had been part of a research team studying the effects of binaural beats and isochronic tones on sleep architecture. The specific frequency used at Stillwater was proprietary, a closely guarded secret that Somnus had patented and that Dr. Corvus described, with the careful understatement of someone who knew the value of what she had, as a novel acoustic intervention that facilitates the rapid transition from waking to deep sleep through the entrainment of delta-band neural oscillations. In plain terms, it was a sound that made people sleep. Not gently, not gradually, but with a sudden, almost chemical immediacy that the guests found both remarkable and, on reflection, slightly disconcerting. The sound was not loud. It was barely audible, a low, pulsing tone that sat at the very edge of perception, more felt than heard, like the distant thrum of a large engine heard through the wall of a hotel room. It operated at a frequency of approximately 0.5 to 4 Hz in the delta range, and it was, according to Dr. Corvus, the reason the guests would sleep more deeply than they had in years. What Dr. Corvus did not know, what no one at Somnus knew, because no one had thought to ask, was whether the frequency had any effect on things other than human brains. The guests went asleep that first night without incident. The frequency pulsed through the walls. The climate control hummed. The concrete walls did what they were designed to do. They blocked the world. 12 high-functioning insomniacs lay in their narrow beds in their windowless rooms, and for the first time in months or years they slept. The second night was also uneventful. On the third night at approximately 3:30 a.m., a guest named Marcus Tillman, a 43-year-old venture capitalist from Chicago who had not slept more than 90 consecutive minutes in 4 years, woke up unable to move. Marcus Tillman lay in the dark, eyes open, and could not move. This was not in itself an unfamiliar experience. He had had sleep paralysis episodes before, dozens of them, hundreds perhaps over the years. He knew the clinical explanation. The brain wakes from REM sleep before the body's voluntary muscles have been released from the atonia that prevents acting out dreams. He knew the folklore, the incubus, the old hag, the demon sitting on the chest. He knew that the fear, while overwhelming, was transient and harmless. He knew all of this, and it did not help, because the weight on his chest was not a hallucination. It was physical. It was specific. It had texture and temperature and a boundary. It felt like something was pressing down on his sternum with a slow, deliberate force, not enough to prevent breathing, but enough to make each breath a conscious effort, a labor, a negotiation between his lungs and the thing that was pressing on them. The pressure was localized to the center of his chest, directly over his xiphoid process, and it was cold. Not the cold of a draft or a climate control malfunction. The cold of something that had been underground for a very long time. And there was the smell, wet earth, limestone dust, and beneath those a deeper, more organic smell, the sweet, heavy, unmistakable smell of decaying meat, not fresh decay, not the sharp ammoniac stench of a recent kill, the slow, advanced decay of something that had been decomposing in a cool, wet, sealed environment for years or decades or centuries, the kind of smell that gets into the sinuses and stays there, coating the inside of the nose like a film. Marcus tried to scream. His mouth opened, his jaw at least responded, but no sound came out. His vocal cords, like the rest of his voluntary musculature, were locked in the paralysis of REM atonia. He could breathe, but only shallowly, and each breath drew the smell deeper into his lungs. He tried to move his fingers. Nothing. His toes. Nothing. He tried to roll his head, to shift his gaze from the ceiling to the periphery of his vision, where he realized with a sudden, freezing clarity something was moving. It was not in the room. It was in the darkness at the edge of his vision, in that liminal space where the eye's rods, more sensitive than the cones, register light and motion that the conscious brain cannot fully process. He could see it the way you see a clock's second hand in a dark room, not by looking at it, but by almost looking at it, by letting the periphery of his vision do the work that his focused attention could not. There were 2 points of light, dull red, like the tips of cigarettes that had been left to smolder. They were approximately 4 feet off the ground, too high to be reflections, too low to be ceiling fixtures, and they were moving. Not quickly. They drifted with a slow, pendular motion, like the eyes of something that was swaying, rocking gently, as though lulled by a rhythm that Marcus could not hear. They were watching him. He knew this with the bone-deep certainty of a prey animal that has locked eyes with a predator. The red points of light were eyes. They were fixed on him, and they were getting closer. The weight on his chest increased, not suddenly, gradually, incrementally, as though the thing that was pressing on him was leaning in, lowering itself, bringing its face closer to his. The smell intensified. He could feel now something else, not just pressure but texture. The thing pressing on his chest was not smooth. It was rough and wet, like raw clay, and it was warm where it touched him, warm in a way that was worse than the cold. Because warmth meant alive, warmth meant metabolism, warmth meant that the thing pressing on him was a living organism with a body temperature and a circulatory system and a need. The red eyes were close now, close enough that he could see, in the faint illumination they provided, the outline of a face. It was not a human face. It was elongated, narrow, with a jaw that extended too far forward and a brow ridge that jutted too prominently, and the skin, if it was skin, hung in loose, sagging folds like a garment that had been soaked and then draped over a frame that was too small for it. The mouth was open. He could see teeth, not many, and not the kind of teeth that belonged in a human mouth. They were long, narrow, and discolored, the color of old bone, and they were set in a jaw that was opening wider than any jaw should, wider than the hinge of any skull should allow, opening like the maw of something that was about to swallow. And then the eyes were directly above him. The weight was directly above him. The face was directly above him, inches from his own, close enough that he could feel the thing's breath on his face, warm, damp, slow, and rhythmic, 11 breaths per minute, the same rhythm that had appeared on the telemetry strip at the Meridian Sleep Institute 6 weeks earlier. The thing breathed on him. It was not a random exhalation. It was deliberate. The thing pressed its face close to his and breathed, and the breath was cold and wet and smelled of earth and meat, and Marcus felt the breath enter his nose and his mouth and his lungs, and he felt something in that breath, not air, not vapor, but something solid and alive and old. Something that crawled into his chest and sat there like a stone, like a weight, like the weight that was already pressing on him. And he understood in the last coherent thought he would have for several hours that the thing was not just sitting on his chest. It was climbing inside. Marcus Tillman woke at 7:15 a.m. when the room's automated lighting system began its 20-minute dawn simulation cycle. He sat up. He was drenched in sweat. His heart was pounding. His hands were shaking. He looked at the space above his bed, the empty, concrete ceiling 9 feet up, unmarked, undisturbed, and he felt the memory of the weight and the smell and the eyes like a bruise on his brain. He went to the bathroom. He splashed water on his face. He looked at himself in the mirror. He looked the same, graying hair, crow's feet, the permanent tan of a man who spent 3 weeks a year on boats and told people it was from running. He looked at his chest in the mirror. There was a mark on his sternum, a faint, reddish impression like a pressure mark, as though something heavy had been resting on him for a long time. He pressed it. It was tender. It was warm. He told himself it was sleep paralysis. He told himself it was the hypnagogic hallucination that accompanied severe sleep debt, a known phenomenon, documented, harmless. He told himself he was in a wellness retreat in the Appalachian foothills, surrounded by concrete and climate control and a proprietary sound frequency, and that there was nothing in his room and nothing on his chest and nothing in the dark. He told himself this, and then he went down to breakfast, and he saw the faces of the other guests, and he stopped telling himself anything because the other guests looked the way he felt. There were 11 other people in the dining room, a low, concrete space with fluorescent lights and a buffet of organic, gluten-free, low-histamine breakfast options that no one was eating. They were sitting at tables, singly and in pairs, and they were quiet, not the comfortable quiet of people who were well-rested and at peace. The quiet of people who had experienced something they could not explain and were trying to decide whether to talk about it. Marcus sat down across from a woman named Diane Acaffer, a 46-year-old cardiothoracic surgeon from Baltimore. Diane had dark circles under her eyes that were, paradoxically, worse than they had been when she arrived. She was holding a cup of coffee in both hands, and the cup was trembling. "Did you?" Marcus started. "Yes," she said. She did not look up from her coffee. "The weight." "Yes." "The smell." She looked up. Her eyes were red, not from crying, from exhaustion, from the vasodilation of someone who had been awake for hours, staring at the ceiling, afraid to close her eyes again. "The eyes," she said. "Did you see the eyes?" Marcus did not answer. He did not need to. The question itself was confirmation enough. They looked around the room, at the other guests, at their faces, at the way they held their coffee cups and their forks and their phones, not eating, not scrolling, just holding, gripping, clutching at objects that were solid and real, and did not have red eyes or smell like wet earth. Across the room, a man named Victor Chen, a 38-year-old software architect who had been prescribed benzodiazepines for his insomnia and had flown from San Francisco to Kentucky specifically to get off them, was sitting alone, staring at his plate of untouched scrambled eggs and pressing his hand flat against his sternum over and over, as though checking for something. Everyone in the room had felt the weight. Everyone in the room had smelled the smell. And everyone in the room, though they did not yet know it, had been chosen. The guests reported their experiences to Dr. Corvus at the morning session. They sat in the retreat's common room, a larger concrete space with modular furniture and a wall-mounted display that normally showed graphs of sleep architecture and heart rate variability data, and they described, one by one, the same experience: the paralysis, the weight, the smell, the eyes. Dr. Corvus listened. She took notes. She asked clarifying questions with the practiced calm of a clinician who has heard patients describe hallucinations, night terrors, and parasomnias many times and who has developed, as a professional necessity, the ability to respond to descriptions of the inexplicable with measured, evidence-based reassurance. "What you're describing is a textbook hypnagogic hallucination," she said. "It's one of the most common experiences associated with severe sleep debt and the reintroduction of deep sleep after prolonged deprivation. The brain, unused to the transition into stage N3 sleep, produces vivid, often terrifying perceptual phenomena during the hypnagogic transition, the state between wakefulness and sleep. The sensation of pressure on the chest is particularly common. It's been documented in every culture on Earth. The Romans called it the incubus. The Japanese call it kanashibari. In medieval Europe, it was attributed to witches, hags, who were said to sit on the chests of sleepers." She paused. "The fact that several of you experienced the same hallucination on the same night is not surprising. You're in an identical environment, receiving the same intervention, and your brains are undergoing similar neurochemical transitions. Shared environmental conditions produce shared perceptual phenomena. It's confirmation of the therapy's effect, not evidence of something external." She did not mention the limestone caverns. She did not mention the site survey footnote. She did not mention that the building's subbasement had a persistent, unexplained humidity problem that the maintenance staff had been unable to resolve, or that 2 members of the cleaning crew had quit in the past month, both citing, in their exit interviews, a reluctance to be in the building after dark. She did not mention these things because she did not know about the caverns, and she attributed the humidity to the building's age and the cleaning staff's resignations to the isolation of the location. She was a scientist. She believed in evidence, in measurement, in the reproducible and the quantifiable. She did not believe in hags. The guests accepted her explanation because they wanted to. They were rational people, surgeons, investors, engineers, architects. They lived in worlds where problems had solutions and symptoms had diagnoses. Sleep paralysis was a known phenomenon. The hallucination of a presence in the room was a documented feature of that phenomenon. The red eyes were a hypnagogic visual artifact. The weight was a misinterpretation of the chest muscle atonia that accompanies REM sleep, and the smell was, well, the smell was probably the building. Old concrete, poor ventilation, the organic mustiness of a structure that had been sitting in the Appalachian humidity for 50 years. They accepted the explanation. They went about their day. They attended the afternoon wellness sessions, guided meditation, breathwork, light therapy. They ate their carefully calibrated dinners. They returned to their rooms. They lay down. The sound frequency pulsed through the walls and they slept. And that night, the 4th night, the hag began to peel. The guest who was found was named Raymond Soto. He was 51 years old, a structural engineer from Atlanta who specialized in bridge inspections, and who had developed severe insomnia after a work-related incident in which a bridge he had certified collapsed, killing 4 people. The investigation had cleared him. The collapse was attributed to a construction defect, not a design flaw, but the guilt had lodged in his brain like a splinter, and sleep had become, for him, an act of trust that his damaged psyche could no longer perform. Raymond Soto was found at 6:45 a.m. by the morning attendant, a young woman named Keisha who had been hired for her ability to remain calm in difficult situations, and who, upon finding Raymond, demonstrated that ability by not screaming, by not running, and by walking with deliberate mechanical steps to Dr. Corvus's office and saying, in a voice that sounded like it was coming from somewhere outside her body, "Room 9. Something is wrong with Mr. Soto." Dr. Corvus went to room 9. She opened the door. She turned on the light. Raymond Soto was alive. He was lying on his back, in the same position he had been in when the room's automated dawn simulation had begun its cycle. His eyes were open. His chest was rising and falling. His heart, she would later confirm by taking his pulse, was beating at a steady 64 beats per minute. He was alive and he was hollow. The word that Dr. Corvus wrote in her clinical notes was catatonic, but that word was insufficient. Catatonia implies a potential for return, a doorway that has been closed but not sealed. What Dr. Corvus saw when she looked into Raymond Soto's eyes was not a closed door. It was a doorway that opened onto nothing, an absence, a void where a person had been. His skin was gray, not the gray of cyanosis or hypoxia, the gray of something that had been drained of its color the way a photograph fades in sunlight, slowly and from the inside out. The gray was most pronounced on his face, on his hands, on the parts of his body where the skin was thinnest and the blood vessels closest to the surface. It was as though something had reached into his circulatory system and pulled the color out, leaving behind a grayscale version of a man. And his skin was peeling. Not blistering, not flaking. Peeling, lifting away from the underlying tissue in long, wet, translucent strips that curled at the edges like old wallpaper. The strips were still attached at intervals, tethered to the raw, weeping dermis beneath them by stubborn filaments of connective tissue, and they moved gently with each rise and fall of his chest, giving the impression of something alive, something that was separating from him in a slow, ongoing process, like a snake shedding its skin, except that this was not a snake and the skin beneath was not new. It was raw, it was red, it was wet. Dr. Corvus knelt beside the bed. She pulled on gloves, muscle memory, clinical autopilot, and she leaned close to examine the peeling skin. The strips of epidermis that were lifting away from Raymond's face were thin and translucent, and they were wet, coated in a fluid that was not blood and not serum but something thicker, more viscous and darker. It was the color of old clay dissolved in water, reddish-brown, dense with particulate, and it smelled. It smelled like wet earth. It smelled like old meat. The smell hit Dr. Corvus with the force of a physical blow. She gagged. She pulled back. She looked at her gloves and saw that the fingertips, where she had touched the edge of one of the peeling strips, were coated in a dark, reddish-brown residue that was warm to the touch, and that was, she realized with a horror that arrived not as a sudden shock, but as a slow, sickening certainty, the same temperature as a living body. The residue was warm because it was alive, or rather because something alive had produced it, had secreted it, had left it behind the way a snail leaves behind a trail of mucus, as a byproduct of movement, of contact, of passage. The hag had been here. The hag had touched him. The hag had peeled him, not his skin only, but whatever lay beneath the skin, the thing that made Raymond Soto a person rather than a body, the thing that could be seen in a person's eyes, and that was, in Raymond Soto's eyes, gone. Dr. Corvus called 911. She reported a medical emergency, a guest in a catatonic state with an undetermined dermatological condition. She did not mention the smell. She did not mention the peeling. She did not mention the residue on her gloves, which she sealed in a biohazard bag and locked in her desk drawer, because she was a scientist and she knew, even in the grip of the most profound horror she had ever experienced. That evidence was evidence, and that whatever had done this would need to be understood. The ambulance arrived in 47 minutes. The EMTs loaded Raymond onto a stretcher. One of them, a man named Toby who had been working in rural EMS for 15 years, leaned close to Dr. Corvus after they had secured the patient and said, very quietly, "I've seen people who have been in caves for too long. They look like this. The gray, the peeling. It's what happens when the skin loses its moisture and the body starts to shut down from the inside. But I've never seen it happen overnight." He looked at the building, at the concrete, the windowless walls, the single skylight in the atrium. "This building," he said, "it's on limestone, isn't it?" Dr. Corvus said nothing. Toby said nothing else. He climbed into the ambulance and they drove away, and Dr. Corvus was left standing in the gravel parking lot with the sun just cresting the hills and the morning fog curling around the concrete monolith, like the fingers of something that was reaching up from below. The guests were told that Raymond had suffered a medical event and had been transported to a regional hospital. They were told that his condition was stable. They were told that the retreat would continue as scheduled, with additional monitoring and a modified therapy schedule. They were told what they needed to hear to stay. Some of them believed it. Marcus Tillman did not. Diane Acaffer, the surgeon, did not. Victor Chen, the software architect, did not. A woman named Elena Castellanos, a 34-year-old attorney who specialized in corporate litigation and who had the kind of mind that treated every statement as a potential lie and every speaker as a potential adversary, did not. These four gathered in Marcus's room after the morning session. They closed the door. They spoke in low voices, not because they feared being overheard, but because the sound of their own voices at normal volume felt, in the concrete cell of the room, like a violation of something. The building did not want noise. The building wanted silence. The building wanted sleep. "Something is in this building," Elena said. She was not a woman who dealt in ambiguity. "Something that was in our rooms last night. Something that did that to Raymond." "Sleep paralysis," Marcus said, but he said it without conviction, as though repeating a formula whose terms he could no longer remember. "Sleep paralysis does not peel a man's skin off," Elena said. "Sleep paralysis does not leave a person alive but empty. Whatever happened to Raymond Soto happened in this room, in this building, while we were sleeping, and it happened to all of us. We all felt it. We all smelled it. We all saw the eyes. The only difference between us and Raymond is that Raymond didn't wake up." Diane, who had been examining her own sternum in the bathroom mirror, pulled down the collar of her shirt. On her chest, directly over her sternum, was the same reddish pressure mark that Marcus had found on his own body, but larger, darker, and beginning at its center to take on the grayish pallor that had characterized Raymond's skin. "It's on me too," she said. She touched the mark. Her finger came away with a faint, reddish-brown residue. She looked at it. She smelled it. "It's on all of us," she said, "and it's getting worse each night." Victor Chen, who had been sitting on the floor with his back against the wall, his hands pressed flat against the concrete as though trying to feel something through it, spoke for the first time. "The sound," he said, "the frequency. Have any of you noticed that you can still hear it even when the system is off? Even during the day, during the wellness sessions, when the speakers aren't playing anything? It's still there. It's in the walls. It's in the concrete. It's in the floor." They listened, and they heard it. The low, barely perceptible pulse, the 0.5 to 4 Hz delta range hum that was supposed to be confined to the nighttime therapy sessions, leaking through the building's structure like a heartbeat, like breathing, like the rhythm of something that was alive inside the walls. "It's not a recording," Victor said. "It's not the speaker system. I design acoustic systems for a living. This is resonance. The building itself is vibrating at that frequency. Something is making the whole structure hum, and it's not the equipment. It's coming from below." They looked at the floor. Concrete, sealed, solid. And beneath it, 40 feet down, embedded in the limestone bedrock, the pylons that had been sunk through the cavern ceiling, creating fissures that allowed air, and the things that traveled in air, to move between the world below and the world above. "We need to leave," Alina said. "We can't," Marcus said. "Not yet. We signed waivers. We paid $18,000, and none of us has slept in how long? How many days since any of us has been able to sleep without?" He stopped. He pressed his hand against his sternum, against the mark. "If we leave and go to a hospital, what do we tell them? That a hag sat on our chests and peeled the skin off our friend. They'll commit us." "Then we stay awake," Diane said. "We stay awake and we leave in the morning in daylight when whatever it is can't manifest." "Can it?" Victor asked. "We assumed it comes at night. We assumed it's connected to sleep. But the frequency is playing all day. The building is humming all day. What if the trigger isn't darkness? What if the trigger is the transition state? The state between waking and sleeping, the hypnagogic state? What if the frequency isn't designed to put us to sleep? What if it's designed to keep us in the transition, to hold us in that state permanently?" The room went quiet. The four of them sat in the concrete cell in the hum of the building, and they understood with a clarity that was worse than any hallucination that the retreat was not a hospital. It was a lure. The sound, the concrete, the isolation, the darkness, none of it was therapy. All of it was bait, and they were not patients. They were prey. They tried to stay awake. They tried with the desperate, improvisational creativity of people who understand that sleep is death and that wakefulness is the only weapon they have. They drank coffee, black, pot after pot, brewed in the retreat's small kitchen with a ferocity that turned the liquid to bitter sludge. They did jumping jacks. They slapped their own faces. They pinched the webbing between their fingers, hard enough to bruise. They told each other stories, not horror stories, because horror was too close to what they were living, but stories from their lives from before, from the world of normalcy and daylight and sleep that had existed 2 days ago, and that now felt as remote as another planet. Marcus told them about his daughter, who was 7 and who had a gap between her front teeth and who called fireflies light bugs. He told them about the last time he had slept, really slept deeply, without dreaming, 4 years ago in a hotel in Geneva, the night before a meeting that would determine the trajectory of his career. He had slept 8 hours. He had woken and felt for the first time in months like a person rather than a machine. He had gone to the meeting. He had made the deal. He had never slept like that again. Diane told them about her first surgery, a coronary artery bypass on a 67-year-old man whose heart had been failing for years and who had, against all odds and against Diane's own expectations, survived and recovered and sent her a Christmas card every year for the next decade. She told them about the way the man's heart had felt in her hands, weak, fibrillating, barely clinging to its rhythm, and about the way it had steadied, beat by beat, as she completed the bypass, until it was pumping with a strength and a regularity that had made her cry behind her surgical mask in the operating room because she had done it. She had held a dying heart and she had made it live. Victor told them about his mother, who had been a pianist and who had lost her hearing in her 50s and who had continued to play, feeling the vibrations of the keys through her fingertips, performing in small venues to audiences who did not know she was deaf and who were moved always by the particular intensity of her playing, which was not a compensation for the loss of her hearing but an expression of it, a translation of sound into touch, of music into pressure, of the audible into the tangible. He told them that his mother had died in her sleep peacefully, and that this was the one thing he envied her. Alina told them nothing personal. She told them about the law, about the structure of contracts, about the way language could be used to create obligations that were, for all practical purposes, inescapable. She told them that the waivers they had signed were unenforceable, that no waiver could release a facility from liability for gross negligence or intentional harm, but that this knowledge was, in their current situation, worthless, because a legal argument would not save them from whatever was waiting for them in the dark. They stayed awake through the afternoon. They stayed awake through the evening. The sun set behind the hills, and the building's automated systems dimmed the lights and adjusted the climate, and at 10:00 p.m. activated the sound frequency. The low, pulsing delta-range hum that they could now hear even when it was off. The hum that was not a recording but a resonance, not a therapy but a signal. A signal that something below them could hear and was responding to. The hum grew louder. Or perhaps it did not grow louder. Perhaps they simply became more attuned to it, their exhausted brains increasingly unable to distinguish between the external sound and the internal silence, between the frequency in the walls and the frequency in their own neural oscillations. The hum was in them now. It was in their bones. It was in the spaces between their thoughts, filling the gaps, smoothing the edges of their consciousness, pressing them, gently, irresistibly, toward the state that they feared more than anything else in the world. The state between waking and sleeping. The state where the hag lived. It was Victor who went first. He had been sitting in a chair in the common room, his eyes open, his hands gripping the armrests, his jaw clenched so tightly that the muscles in his temples were visibly twitching. He had been talking about what no one could remember afterward, and then he had stopped mid-sentence, his mouth open, his eyes fixed on a point in the middle distance. "Victor," Marcus said, "Victor, stay with me." Victor's eyes were open. His pupils were dilated. His breathing had slowed to 8 breaths per minute, deep, rhythmic, automatic, the breathing of a sleeping person. But his eyes were open. He was not asleep, not in any clinical sense. He was in the hypnagogic state, the transition, the threshold, the liminal space between worlds that the sound frequency had been designed to induce and to maintain, to hold the brain in that vulnerable, permeable state where the boundary between the internal and the external became, in ways that neuroscience could not yet explain, permeable. "Victor," Elena shouted. She slapped him, hard. The sound echoed off the concrete walls. Victor's head turned slowly, mechanically, as though his neck were a gear turning in a mechanism. His eyes found Elena's face. He looked at her and she saw in his eyes a flicker of recognition, of awareness of Victor, of the person she had been talking to, and then the flicker was gone and his eyes were flat and empty and looking through her at something behind her. Elena spun around. There was nothing behind her. The common room was empty except for the 4 of them, Marcus, Diane, Elena, and Victor in his chair. The furniture was modular and orderly. The wall-mounted display was dark. The door to the corridor was closed. But the air was wrong. It was heavy. It was dense. It was the air of a place that had been sealed for a long time, the air of a cave, of a tomb, of a room that had not been breathed in for centuries, and that was now, as though someone had opened a door, being ventilated into the space above. And the smell was back. Wet earth, old meat, the thick, sweet, cloying stench of advanced decay that coated the inside of the nose and the back of the throat and the lungs with a film that was not air and not vapor but something else, something that had texture and temperature and, most terrifyingly of all, a rhythm, a slow, pulsing rhythm that matched, beat for beat, the hum in the walls and the breathing of the man in the chair. Victor was breathing with it. His chest was rising and falling in time with the hum, in time with the smell, in time with something that was not in the room but was closer than the room, closer than the walls, closer than the air, something that was in the space between Victor's waking mind and his sleeping body, in the gap that the frequency had opened, in the doorway that the hum had created. And then the weight descended. It did not come from above. It did not fall. It materialized, a presence, a pressure, a heaviness that appeared instantaneously in the space directly above Victor's chest, pressing down on his sternum with a force that caused the armrests of the chair to creak and Victor's body to sink visibly 2 inches into the cushion. Victor's eyes went wide. His pupils dilated to their maximum extent, the irises shrinking to thin, pale rings around black wells that reflected in their depths a dull red glow. His mouth opened. No sound came out. His jaw worked. His tongue moved. His throat contracted in the mechanics of a scream that the paralysis would not allow, and the silence of that attempted scream was worse than any sound. It was the silence of a man who was being consumed from the inside out and who could not, even in his final moment, make the world hear him. Diane grabbed Victor's shoulders. She tried to shake him. She could not move him. It was as though he had been fused to the chair, as though the weight on his chest was not just pressing down but anchoring him, pinning him, fusing him to the seat and the floor and the building and the earth below. "Help me," Diane shouted, and Marcus grabbed Victor's arm and pulled, and Alina grabbed the other arm and pulled, and they pulled with everything they had, and they could not move him. And the red glow in Victor's eyes grew brighter, and the smell grew thicker, and the hum grew louder, and the weight, the invisible, physical, impossible weight, pressed down harder, and they heard it then beneath the hum, beneath the sound of their own shouting and their own ragged breathing and their own racing hearts. A second sound. A wet, tearing sound, the sound of something being peeled. Diane looked down. Victor's shirt was unbuttoned. She had not unbuttoned it, and his chest was visible, and on his chest, directly over his sternum, the skin was gray and it was lifting, peeling, curling away from the underlying tissue in long, wet, translucent strips that moved in the thick air like the tendrils of something alive. And the strips were coated in the same reddish-brown residue that Diane had found on her own chest that morning. And the residue was warm and it was spreading, and beneath the peeling skin Victor's chest was raw and red and wet and moving, not breathing, not expanding and contracting, but moving in a way that was wrong, a way that suggested something beneath the skin, and above the ribs was shifting, settling, nestling in. Diane let go of Victor's arm. She stepped back. She pressed her hands over her mouth. She was a surgeon. She had seen open chests, exposed hearts, the interior architecture of the human body in its most vulnerable state. She had never seen anything that frightened her as much as the sight of Victor Chen's skin peeling off his chest in the lamplight while his eyes, open and aware and screaming without sound, reflected the dull red glow of something that was sitting on him, pressing on him, breathing on him, and climbing inside. "Get him out of the chair," Marcus said, and his voice was calm in the way that voices become calm when the fear has exceeded the brain's capacity to process it, and what remains is a flat, mechanical functionality that operates independent of emotion. "Get him on the floor. Get his legs elevated. Get his." "He's not in the chair," Alina said. They all looked. Victor was not in the chair. His body was in the chair, but the thing that made Victor, the consciousness, the awareness, the person, was being drawn out, pulled upward, extracted by the weight that pressed on his chest and the eyes that glowed in his and the breath that was not his. They could see it happening in the way his face changed, the way the muscles went slack, the way the skin continued to gray and peel and curl, the way the eyes, still open, still reflecting red, went from terrified to empty in a transition that took less than 3 seconds, and that was, for all who witnessed it, the most obscene thing they had ever seen. Victor Chen was hollowed. His body remained in the chair, breathing, heart beating, eyes open. But Victor, the architect, the son of a pianist, the man who had told them about his mother's deft hands on the keys, was gone. The remaining guests, 9 of them now after Raymond's evacuation and Victor's hollowing, gathered in the common room at dawn. They did not eat. They did not meditate. They did not look at the sleep architecture graphs on the wall-mounted display, which still showed in cheerful green and blue lines the data from the previous night's monitoring. 9 hours of restorative deep sleep, for every guest heart rate variability within optimal range, sleep efficiency scores exceeding 95%. The machine could not measure what had actually happened. The machine could not see the weight or the eyes or the peeling. The machine measured electricity and movement and airflow, and the Hag produced none of these, or produced them in ways that the machine interpreted as normal sleep, which was, perhaps, the most terrifying thing of all. The Hag knew how to hide from the instruments. The Hag knew what the instruments were looking for. The Hag was not a hallucination. The Hag was intelligent. Dr. Corvus had not slept. She sat at the head of the room, her shaved head catching the pale morning light from the skylight, her hands folded on the table in front of her, her face a mask of composure that was, to anyone who looked closely, cracking at the seams. Her eyes were bloodshot. Her jaw was tight. The stillness that had once read as calm now read as rigidity, the stillness of someone who was holding herself together by force of will because the alternative was falling apart. She had examined Victor. She had taken his vitals. She had checked his pupils, his reflexes, his responsiveness. She had spoken his name, shouted his name, pressed her fingernail into his cuticle bed, a standard pain response test, and watched his face for any sign of reaction. There was none. Victor's body was alive and his mind was gone, and the peeling of his skin had continued through the night, so that by morning the gray, translucent strips had spread from his chest to his neck to his face, where they hung in wet, curling ribbons from his cheekbones and his jaw, giving him the appearance of a man who was being unwrapped, slowly, by something that was taking its time. She had sealed him in his room. She had taped a biohazard warning to the door. She had called the regional hospital and been told that Raymond Soto, the first victim, was in the same condition, alive, catatonic, skin peeling, and that the attending physician had never seen anything like it and was consulting with dermatology, neurology, and infectious disease specialists in 3 states. No one had used the word hag. No one had mentioned the caves. No one had connected the events at Stillwater to the Meridian Sleep Institute anomaly, because no one at Stillwater knew about the Meridian anomaly, and no one at the hospital knew about Stillwater's geology and the connections that would later be made by investigators and journalists, and ultimately, a grand jury had not yet been drawn. The connections existed, though. They existed in the smell that permeated the building's subbasement. They existed in the hum that vibrated through the concrete at a frequency that induced, in the human brain, a state of permeable, vulnerable, hypnagogic trance. They existed in the caverns below, where the iron-lined sleeping chamber, the chamber that the settlers had built to contain the hag, had been cracked open by the foundation pylons, its seal broken, its occupant stirring, waking, rising through the fissures in the limestone and the ventilation system of the building and the frequency that was, Dr. Corvus now suspected with a cold, scientific clarity that was worse than any superstition, not a treatment at all but a summons. She had designed the frequency. She had tested it. She had calibrated it to entrain delta-band neural oscillations, the slow, deep waves of stage N3 sleep. She had not known, when she designed it, that the same frequency could serve as a beacon, that it could travel through concrete and limestone and the wet, dark air of a cave system, and reach the thing that had been sleeping there for 2 centuries, reaching it the way a tuning fork's vibration reaches a second tuning fork across a room, resonating, amplifying, waking. She knew now. She had looked at the telemetry from the previous night and seen, on the ECG channel for room 12, Victor's room, the same anomaly that had been recorded at Meridian, the flatline, the second heartbeat, the 11 beat per minute rhythm that was not human. She had seen it and she had known, in the part of her brain that was a scientist, and the part that was an animal, and the part that was a person alone in a building with something that should not exist, that the frequency she had created was not therapy. It was an invitation. The day passed in a fog of adrenaline and exhaustion. The guests argued. Some wanted to leave immediately, get in their cars and drive now in daylight before the sun set and the frequency activated and the hum began and the weight returned. Others argued that leaving was premature, that Victor and Raymond might be suffering from an environmental toxin, mold, radon, a chemical contaminant in the building's air system, and that the responsible course was to wait for the hospital's diagnosis, to gather information, to act on evidence rather than panic. Alina called bullshit. The evidence is in room 12, she said. The evidence is sitting in a chair with his skin peeling off and his eyes open and nothing behind them. We don't need a diagnosis. We need to leave. The problem was the cars. The gravel road to the property was 12 miles long, and it had rained heavily the previous week, and the road, which was, in the best conditions, a single lane of compacted gravel barely wider than a vehicle, was now a morass of mud and standing water. Marcus had driven a sedan. Diane had driven a crossover SUV. Two of the other guests had driven all-electric vehicles that were, they discovered with a sinking realization, nearly out of charge, because the retreat's charging station had been malfunctioning for 2 days, and no one had noticed because no one had been thinking about cars. They could leave, but they could not all leave at once. They would need to consolidate to rideshare, to make multiple trips or risk vehicles getting stuck on the road, and leaving their occupants stranded in the woods in the dark, in the space between the property and the highway, in the space where the limestone was close to the surface, and the fissures were wide, and the air that moved through them carried the smell of the caves. They decided to wait until morning. One night, they would stay awake, all of them together in the common room, with every light on and the sound system off and the doors to the corridor closed and the coffee brewed and the adrenaline flowing. They would stay awake, and they would leave at first light, in a convoy, with the SUVs in the lead and the sedans behind, and they would drive until they reached pavement and cell signal, and the world of hospitals and police and other people. They would stay awake. This was the plan. This was the plan that 9 exhausted, terrified people agreed to in a concrete room in the Appalachian foothills at 3:00 p.m. on a Thursday. And it was a plan that would fail, as plans fail, not because of any single catastrophic error, but because of 1,000 small, incremental surrenders to the frequency that hummed in the walls and in the floor and in the bones of their skulls and in the spaces between their thoughts, the frequency that they could not turn off because it was not, they now understood, coming from the speakers. It was coming from the building. The building had learned the frequency. The concrete had absorbed it. The rebar vibrated with it. The foundation pylons sunk through the cavern ceiling transmitted it directly into the limestone, and the limestone transmitted it back, amplified, resonant, alive. The building was a tuning fork, and the tuning fork was vibrating, and the vibration was reaching into their brains and pulling them, gently, inexorably, like the tide pulling at sand, toward the state where the hag waited. At 10:00 p.m., the automated lighting system dimmed. This was part of the retreat's programming. The lights were on a circadian schedule, designed to mimic the natural progression of daylight to darkness to facilitate the body's melatonin production. The system could be overridden manually, and Marcus, who had appointed himself the group's de facto leader through a combination of assertiveness, and the fact that he was the only one who had not yet experienced the full weight of the hag's presence, went to the control panel in the common room and pressed the override button. The lights did not come back up. He pressed it again. He pressed it a third time. He pressed every button on the panel. The lights remained dim, a low, amber, crepuscular glow that turned the concrete walls the color of old bone and made the shadows in the corners deeper and more substantial, as though the darkness were not the absence of light, but the presence of something that was taking up space. "It's the system," said a guest named Peter Huang, a 50-year-old neurologist who had come to the retreat because his own insomnia had become so severe that he had begun making errors in patient care, errors that, while not yet dangerous, were trending in a direction that frightened him more than the sleeplessness itself. "The lighting is on a centralized control. If the override isn't responding, the automation has priority. We'd need to access the main control board, which is in the sub-basement," Dr. Corvus said. She said it quietly, the way someone says something they've been trying not to say. No one wanted to go to the sub-basement. The sub-basement was where the smell was strongest. The sub-basement was where the maintenance staff had found cracks in the concrete floor, hairline fractures that seeped a constant, thin film of moisture that was not water, that was warmer than water, that smelled of earth and meat and carried, according to the one maintenance worker who had remained employed long enough to test it. A pH of 6.2, slightly acidic, slightly wrong, the pH of biological fluid, not groundwater. "Can we break the lights?" Diane asked. She was holding a coffee cup that had been empty for an hour and that she continued to hold because the ceramic was warm and solid and real. "The fixtures are recessed behind concrete baffles," Dr. Corvus said. "They're designed to be unbreakable. This is a bunker." "This is a trap," Alina said. They sat in the amber glow. They drank coffee. They talked. They watched each other, and what they watched for was the moment, the flicker, the lapse, the instant when a person's eyes went from focused to unfocused, from present to absent, from awake to the state that was not sleep but that was not waking either, the state that the hum induced and the hag inhabited. At 11:15 p.m., a guest named Ruth Abramovitz, a 60-year-old retired professor of comparative literature who had been the quietest member of the group, who had said almost nothing during the daytime sessions, and who had spent most of her time at the retreat reading in her room with the door closed, stood up from her chair, walked to the corner of the common room, and faced the wall. "Ruth," Marcus said, "Ruth, are you all right?" Ruth did not respond. She stood facing the wall, her arms at her sides, her head tilted slightly to the left, as though listening to something. Her breathing was slow, 8 breaths per minute, the same rate that Victor's breathing had dropped to before the weight descended. "Ruth," Marcus crossed the room. He put his hand on her shoulder. Her shoulder was cold, not the cold of a person in a cool room, but the cold of a person whose body was drawing heat inward, conserving it, pulling it from the extremities to the core, the way a body does when it is preparing for something. For a long time. For a siege. Ruth turned her head. She looked at Marcus. Her eyes were open and aware, and for a moment fully present. She was there, Ruth, the professor, the reader, the quiet woman. And then, in the space between one blink and the next, she was not. The awareness drained from her eyes like water from a broken vessel, and what remained was the flat, gray vacancy that they had seen in Victor's eyes and in Raymond's eyes, and that they now recognized as the signature of the hag's touch. The look of a person who was still alive but whose self had been extracted, peeled away, consumed. Ruth opened her mouth. She spoke. Her voice was her own, the same measured, professorial voice she had used during the orientation session when she had asked Dr. Corvus a question about the ethical implications of proprietary neuroacoustic technology. But the words were not hers. "She's coming," Ruth said. "She's tired of waiting, she's hungry, she's been hungry for a long time." Then Ruth collapsed. Marcus caught her before she hit the floor. She was breathing. Her heart was beating. But her skin, where Marcus's hands gripped her arms, was already changing. The first faint grayness spreading from her sternum outward, the first faint lift of skin beginning to peel. It was after midnight, when the hag stopped feeding and started harvesting. The distinction was one that the survivors would later articulate to investigators, in interviews conducted in hospital rooms and lawyers' offices, with the kind of precision that comes from having spent a long time thinking about the worst thing that ever happened to you. Feeding, they explained, was what the hag did when she sat on a chest and breathed and peeled the consciousness away slowly, savoring the terror, digesting the self over hours. Harvesting was different. Harvesting was fast. Harvesting was what happened when the hag decided that the feeding was over and the killing was at hand. The hag manifested at 12:47 a.m. The time was known because Peter Huang, the neurologist, was looking at his watch when it happened. He had been checking his pulse manually, a clinical habit so ingrained that he performed it even in the grip of mortal terror, and the second hand was sweeping past the 12 when the common room's air changed. The temperature dropped, not gradually, suddenly, as though someone had opened a door to a winter night. The amber light from the recessed fixtures flickered, not on and off, but dimmer and brighter, in a rhythm that matched the hum in the walls and the floor in their bones. The smell arrived. Wet earth, old meat, the thick, sweet stench of a cave that had been sealed for 2 centuries and that was now breathing. And the red eyes appeared. They did not appear in one place. They appeared in 7 pairs of dull red, ember-through-smoke points of light, materializing in the shadows of the common room, in the corners, behind the furniture, in the doorway to the corridor, in the space beneath the table where the coffee pot sat. They appeared simultaneously, as though the hag had divided herself, split her shadow, multiplied her presence across the room the way light divides through a prism. The screaming started then, not from the guests, from the hag. A sound that was not a voice and not a whistle and not the sound any living thing could produce. A sound that was felt in the chest and the teeth and the sinuses. A subsonic vibration that resonated with the hum in the walls and the concrete and the rebar, and that turned the air itself into a weapon. The first to die was Peter Huang. He was standing near the center of the room, his watch in his hand, his mouth open to say something, perhaps a clinical observation, perhaps a warning, perhaps a prayer. The weight descended on him with a force that lifted him off his feet. He rose, not flew, not floated, but rose, as though something beneath him had pushed upward, as though an invisible hand had placed itself under his sternum and pressed him toward the ceiling. His body arched backward. His arms flew out to his sides. His watch fell from his fingers and hit the concrete floor with a small, bright clink that was, in the chaos of the moment, the most normal sound anyone heard. He hit the ceiling. His back struck the concrete with a sound like a sack of wet cement dropped from a height. The impact drove the air from his lungs in a single, explosive exhalation, and then the weight pressed him there, pinned him to the ceiling, held him against the concrete 8 feet above the floor, and it pressed. The sound of his ribs breaking was not the sound that bones make when they break in a fall or a fight. It was a slow, sequential, deliberate sound, a series of sharp, wet cracks that came at regular intervals, as though the weight were increasing in steps, pressing a little harder with each crack, compressing the ribcage inward in a controlled, methodical collapse. First the false ribs on the left side. Then the false ribs on the right. Then the true ribs left and right, each one snapping inward toward the sternum, each crack louder and wetter than the last, each accompanied by a sound that was not a scream. Peter could not scream. The weight had compressed his chest so completely that his lungs could not expand. But a wheeze, a thin, high whistle of air being forced through a space that was shrinking. And while the weight pressed, the hag whispered. The other guests could hear it, not the words, which were too quiet, too intimate, too much the private property of the hag and the man she was killing, but the tone. It was a whisper of intimacy, of closeness, of the kind of terrible knowledge that can only be shared between a predator and its prey in the final moment. The hag leaned close to Peter's ear. The other guests could see the red eyes, inches from his face, could see the dim outline of a shape that was not a face, but was in the position a face would occupy. And she whispered, and Peter's expression in the amber light was not one of terror but of recognition, as though the whisper were telling him something he had always known but had refused to hear, something about himself. Something about the patients he had endangered, something about the errors he had made, something about the bridge that Raymond Soto had certified, something about the guilt that had brought them all to this place, and that the hag knew, because the hag had been in their chests and in their minds and in the spaces between their thoughts, and she knew what they feared because she had been living in their fear for days. Peter's ribcage collapsed. The final crack was the sternum, and it was louder than the others, a deep structural sound, the sound of a foundation giving way, and Peter's chest caved inward, the ribs driving into the organs they had been designed to protect, and the weight pressed one final time, and the ceiling above Peter's body was stained with a dark, spreading wetness, and the red eyes turned away. Peter Huang hung on the ceiling, pinned by a weight that was no longer there, held by nothing but the stiffness of a body that had been compressed into a shape that defied gravity, and then he fell. He hit the floor in a heap, and the sound was wet, and he did not move, and the red eyes were already elsewhere. The second death of the night was a man named Graham Fisk, a 36-year-old architect who had designed hospitals, a specialty that required a deep understanding of the relationship between space and healing, between structure and safety, and that had, he believed, given him a kind of immunity to the irrational. He was wrong. Graham was near the door to the corridor when the hag came for him. He saw the red eyes approaching, not drifting, not gliding, but moving with a new directness, a new speed, as though the feeding and the whispering and the slow, savoring press were behind her now, and what remained was the harvest, the final collection, the last sweep of a net that had been cast over the building and its inhabitants for days, and that was now being drawn shut. Graham ran. He made it 3 steps into the corridor before the paralysis took him, not sleep paralysis, not the slow, creeping atonia of the hypnagogic state, but an instant total immobilization as though his nervous system had been switched off at the spine. His legs locked, his arms locked, his jaw locked. He fell forward, unable to break his fall, and hit the concrete floor face first, and the sound of his nose breaking was small and clean compared to the sounds that followed. The hag was on him. The weight descended, the same crushing, impossible weight that had pinned Peter to the ceiling, and Graham's body flattened against the floor, his chest pressed against the concrete, his face turned sideways, his eyes open and seeing. The other guests, those who had not fled, those who had not been paralyzed, watched from the common room doorway as the hag positioned herself. She was visible now, not fully, not in the way that a physical object is visible, but as a density, a darkness, a shape that occupied space and displaced light. She was tall, 7 feet, perhaps more, and she was thin in the way that a skeleton wrapped in wet cloth is thin, her limbs long and jointless, her body a column of sagging, clay-colored folds that hung from a frame that was more suggestion than structure. Her face, if face was the word, was a narrow, elongated mask of the same clay-colored skin, with deep-set sockets that housed the red eyes, and a mouth that was opening, widening, extending, the jaw hinging outward to reveal rows of long, narrow, bone-colored teeth that were not the teeth of a human or an animal, but the teeth of something that had evolved to consume something other than flesh. She was going to peel him. Graham was conscious. He was aware. The paralysis had locked his body, but his eyes were open and his mind was present, and the hag, crouching over him, her face inches from his, her breath on his skin, knew this. She wanted him to see. She began with his face. She leaned close, and the other guests could see her arms, long, spindly, articulated in too many places, with joints that bent in directions that joints should not bend, reaching down, and her fingers. If fingers was the word, if the long, narrow, bone-tipped appendages that extended from her hands could be called fingers, touching Graham's face with a delicacy that was, in its way, more horrifying than the violence of Peter's death. She touched his cheekbones. She touched his jaw. She touched the skin around his eyes with the precise, careful, practiced touch of someone who has done this many times, who has peeled many things, who knows exactly how much pressure to apply and at what angle to pull. And then she pulled. The skin lifted from Graham's face in a single, continuous sheet. It did not tear. It did not rupture. It separated from the underlying tissue with a sound that was not the sound of tearing or ripping, but of unsticking. A wet, slow, deliberate peeling, like a bandage being removed from a wound, except that the bandage was a man's face and the wound was everything beneath it. Graham's face came off. The skin, with its attached layer of subcutaneous fat, came away from the muscle beneath in a clean surgical separation, and the muscle was red and wet and moving, the fibers contracting, twitching, responding to the air and the light and the horror of exposure. And the blood came not in a spray but in a slow, steady sheet, running down the raw, skinless surface of Graham's face and pooling on the concrete beneath his cheek. Graham did not scream, he could not. The paralysis held his jaw, his tongue, his vocal cords. But his eyes, the only part of him that could still move, still react, still communicate, screamed. They widened. They contracted. They darted from the hag's face to the ceiling, to the floor, to the faces of the people in the doorway, and in them was a plea that was not for help. There was no help, but for someone to understand, for someone to witness, for someone to carry the knowledge of what was being done to him into the world so that it would not be lost, so that it would not be forgotten, so that the hag would not be allowed to do this in silence. The hag held Graham's face in her hands, his face, the skin and fat and the attached eyelids and lips and the line of his jaw, and she looked at it, and the red eyes examined it with what might have been curiosity or satisfaction or hunger, and then she folded it carefully like a garment, and placed it inside the darkness of her body, inside the folds of clay-colored skin, inside the space where a chest should be, and the face disappeared, absorbed, consumed. Graham bled out on the corridor floor. The blood spread in a thin, dark pool that reached the edges of the concrete and followed the seams between the slabs, seeping into the cracks, seeping down into the subbasement, into the limestone, into the cave, where the hag had lived and where she would live again, and the blood was warm and red and alive, and the cave drank it the way the cave had drunk the smell and the frequency and the fear. The survivors ran. They did not coordinate, did not plan, did not discuss. They ran because running was the only thing left, the last biological imperative that the fear had not yet overridden. They scattered from the common room into the corridor, and the corridor became a gauntlet. A woman named Laura Pemberton, 44 years old, a marketing executive from Denver, made it halfway to the building's main entrance before the weight took her. She was running, her shoes slapping the concrete, her breath coming in sharp, ragged gasps, and then she was down, pressed to the floor by the invisible force, her arms splayed, her cheek against the concrete, and the red eyes were above her, and the smell was on her, and she tried to scream, and the scream came out as a whisper because the weight was already compressing her chest, and the whisper was the last sound she ever made. A man named David Okonkwo, 52 years old, a university administrator from Nashville, was taken in the stairwell. He was climbing toward the second floor, looking for a window, any opening to the sky, and the hag was on the stairs above him, or below him, or beside him. He could not tell because the red eyes were everywhere now, multiplying, splitting, the shadows themselves becoming the hag, the darkness becoming the body, and the weight took him on the landing between the first and second floors. And he was pressed against the concrete wall, and his ribs cracked in the same slow, sequential pattern, and his last thought, his last conscious, terrified human thought, was of his wife, who had told him not to come to this place, who had told him that a concrete building in the hills that promised to fix your sleep was too good to be true, who had been right. The building was full of the dying. The sounds, cracks, wheezes, the wet, sticky sound of skin separating from muscle, echoed through the corridors, amplified by the concrete, reflected by the low ceilings, so that the building itself became an instrument of horror, a resonating chamber that turned the sounds of 7 deaths into a symphony of destruction that played, without pause, without mercy, through the long, dark hours of the night. Marcus and Diane and Alina were the last ones left. They had made it to the far end of the corridor, past the kitchen, past the storage rooms, to the one door in the building that was different from all the others, the safe room. The safe room was the one room in the Stillwater Deep Sleep Institute that Dr. Corvus had not designed. It had been part of the original 1970s bunker construction, built to government specifications that required, in any facility housing sensitive materials or personnel, a reinforced, sealed, independent chamber capable of withstanding a sustained assault. The room was 12 by 12 feet, with walls of 24-inch reinforced concrete, a steel blast door with a manual deadbolt, independent ventilation, and a lighting system powered by a battery backup that, according to the specifications, could run for 72 hours without external power. It had been used during the retreat's conversion as a storage closet. Dr. Corvus had cleared it out but had not repurposed it, because the room's design was antithetical to the retreat's philosophy. A room designed to keep things out was not, in a facility designed to let things in, useful. The room sat empty at the end of the corridor behind the kitchen, its steel door marked with a faded stencil that read restricted access. Authorized personnel only, a relic of the building's previous life that no one had bothered to paint over. Marcus found the door. He pushed it open. The hinges groaned. The inside was dark. The battery backup had not been activated, but the air was different, drier, cooler, free of the smell. The ventilation system, independent of the main building's air supply, drew from an intake on the roof, and the air it delivered was the air of the Appalachian night, clean, cold, scented with pine and distance. He pulled Diane and Alina through the door. He closed it. He threw the deadbolt. The bolt slid home with a sound that was, in the context of what they had just witnessed, the most beautiful sound any of them had ever heard. The sound of metal engaging metal, of a barrier closing, of separation between them and the thing in the corridors. He found the light switch. The fluorescent fixtures, industrial, utilitarian, nothing like the dimmed, circadian scheduled lighting in the rest of the building, snapped on with a hard, bright, unapologetic blast of white light that made all three of them flinch and then sigh, because the light was total, complete, shadowless. There were no corners for the red eyes to hide in. There were no shadows for the hag to inhabit. The room was white and bright and empty and safe. For a moment, they allowed themselves to believe it. Diane slumped against the wall. She was holding her chest. The pressure mark had spread, the grayness advancing, and the first signs of peeling were visible on her collarbone, where a small strip of skin had lifted and curled, wet and dark, in the hours since she had first noticed it. She pressed her hand over it, hiding it, as though hiding it could stop it. Alina stood with her back against the steel door, her hand on the deadbolt, her eyes fixed on the room's single ventilation grate, a 6-inch square opening high on the wall, covered by a steel mesh that was bolted to the concrete. The grate was the room's only connection to the outside air, and it was, she knew, the room's only potential vulnerability. Marcus stood in the center of the room. He was shaking. Not trembling, shaking, the full-body, uncontrollable vibration of a person whose nervous system has been overloaded and is discharging the excess energy through every available channel. His teeth were chattering. His hands were vibrating. His knees were knocking together, and the sound of his knees was, in the white room, very loud. "We need to think," he said, through chattering teeth. "We need to think about how to get out of here." "The cars," Alina said. "The cars are in the lot. We go out, we get in a car, we drive." "The road is 12 miles of mud," Marcus said. "And she's out there, she's in the corridors, she's—" He stopped. He looked at the ceiling. The ceiling was solid concrete. No cracks, no fissures, no way in. "Unless—" "She doesn't come through doors," Alina said. She said it with the flat, logical certainty of a woman who had spent her career constructing arguments, and who was now, in the most extreme circumstances of her life, constructing the most important argument she had ever made. "She comes through the mind. She comes through the state, the hypnagogic state, the transition. She comes through the frequency. The frequency is in the building, but it's also," she touched her temple. "It's in us. It's been in us for days, the hum. We can hear it even now, can't you? Even in here with the door closed and the independent ventilation, you can hear it." They listened, and they could. Faintly, at the very edge of perception, at the very bottom of the range of human hearing, the hum was still there, 0.5 to 4 hertz, the delta range, the frequency that the building had absorbed and that had, through 4 nights of exposure, been absorbed into their neural architecture, their brain waves, the oscillation of their neurons. The hum was in them. The hum was them. "If the hum is in us," Alina said, "then the state, the transition state, is always available to her. She doesn't need us to be asleep. She doesn't need the room to be dark. She needs us to be in the transition, and the frequency keeps us there. The frequency keeps the door open." "Then we need to close the door," Diane said. She was a surgeon. She thought in terms of interventions, specific, targeted, physical. We need to break the frequency. We need to disrupt the neural oscillation. We need to. How? Marcus asked. How do you break a frequency that's inside your own brain? Diane looked at the ventilation grate. She looked at the steel door. She looked at the concrete walls and the fluorescent lights and the floor, which was bare concrete, clean, dry, empty. Shock, she said. The brain is an electrochemical system. The frequency is entraining our neural oscillations, synchronizing our brain waves to its rhythm. To break entrainment, you need a disruption, a sudden, overwhelming sensory input that forces the brain to reset, to abandon the entrained rhythm and return to a default state. It's the same principle as a defibrillator. The heart is in a bad rhythm. You shock it. You force it to reset. What kind of shock? Elena asked. Any kind, Diane said. Loud sound, bright light, pain, cold, anything that's intense enough to override the entrainment and force the brain back to wakefulness. Marcus looked around the room. There was nothing in the room, no tools, no equipment, no supplies. The room had been emptied of its storage contents and not refurnished. It was a concrete box with a steel door, a light switch, a ventilation grate, and 3 people who were, by degrees, losing the ability to distinguish between the hum in the walls and the hum in their own skulls. The fire suppression system, Marcus said. The Stillwater Deep Sleep Institute, like all commercial buildings constructed to the specifications of a 1970s government bunker, had an industrial fire suppression system that was, by modern standards, spectacularly overbuilt. The system consisted of a network of pipes embedded in the ceiling of every corridor and room, connected to a central reservoir in the subbasement that held 2,400 gallons of wet chemical fire suppressant, a foam designed to smother chemical and electrical fires by displacing oxygen and coating surfaces with a thick, cold, viscous layer that smothered combustion. The system was triggered by a combination of smoke detectors, heat sensors, and manual pull stations located at intervals throughout the building. The system had been inspected and certified during the retreat's conversion. It was functional. The reservoir was full. The pipes were pressurized. The manual pull stations were red, clearly marked, and located every 50 feet along the main corridors. The suppressant was cold. It was stored in the subbasement, where the temperature was a constant 55 degrees, and it was pressurized by a nitrogen charge that would, when the system was activated, propel the foam through the pipes at high velocity, filling the corridors within seconds. The foam was designed to expand on contact with air, creating a thick, suffocating blanket that would coat every surface, the walls, the floor, the ceiling, and anyone standing in the corridor, in a layer of freezing chemical slime. It was loud. The activation of an industrial fire suppression system was not a quiet event. The nitrogen charge, when released, produced a sound like a jet engine, a sustained, high-decibel roar that would echo through the concrete corridors with a force that was, in the enclosed space of the bunker, potentially loud enough to cause temporary hearing damage. It was bright. The manual pull stations, when activated, triggered the building's fire alarm, a battery-backed, independently powered system of strobes and sirens that were designed to be visible and audible through walls, through doors, through the dense, disorienting atmosphere of a fire. The strobes were high-intensity xenon flash tubes that fired at 60 to 90 flashes per minute, each flash bright enough to be visible in direct sunlight, each flash a blinding, white, retina-searing pulse that would, in the confines of the concrete bunker, be overwhelming. Loud, bright, cold shock. The pull stations are in the corridor, Elena said. We'd have to open the door. I'll go, Marcus said. You'll die, Elena said. Maybe, Marcus said, but if I don't, we all die. The hum is getting stronger. I can feel it. I can feel. He stopped. He pressed his hand to his chest, the pressure mark, the grayness, the first faint lift of skin beginning to peel. I can feel her, she's in me. She's been in me since the first night and she's getting closer. And if we stay in this room with the hum in our brains and the door to the transition open, she'll come in. Not through the door, through us. She'll come through our minds and we'll be in here, in the white light in the safe room, and we won't be able to move, and she'll peel us just like she peeled Graham and Victor and Raymond and all the others. Diane looked at him. She looked at his chest, at the pressure mark, at the gray. She looked at her own chest, at the peeling on her collarbone, at the first, faint gray that had begun to spread across her own sternum. "How far is the nearest pull station?" she asked. 20 feet, Marcus said. "Maybe less, just past the kitchen." "You go," Elena said. "You pull the station, the alarm goes off, the foam deploys. The sound, the light, the cold, we get the shock, it breaks the entrainment, we snap out of the transition, and then we run." "And the hag?" Diane asked. "The hag is in the transition," Elena said. "The hag feeds on the state between waking and sleeping. If we're not in the state, if the shock forces us fully awake, she can't touch us. She can't manifest. She can't." "She can still kill us in the corridor," Marcus said. "Yes," Elena said. "She can, but she can't kill us in here. And if we stay in here, the hum will eventually pull us back into the transition and she'll come through our minds and we'll be peeled. So we have to go. We have to go now while we're still awake enough to run." Marcus opened the door. The corridor was dark. Not dark like the common room had been, dimmed, amber, crepuscular, but fully dark, as though the lighting system had not merely dimmed but failed, as though the building itself had decided that its guests no longer needed to see. The only light came from the safe room behind him, a rectangle of white that fell through the doorway and onto the concrete floor of the corridor, illuminating a strip of floor approximately 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. Beyond that strip, darkness. And in the darkness, red eyes. They were waiting. They were lined up along the corridor, pairs of dull, ember-red points of light, spaced at regular intervals, like runway lights guiding a plane to its gate. There were dozens of them, more than there had been in the common room, more than the hag should have been able to produce by any logic of splitting or multiplication. It was as though the hag had not divided but expanded, filling the corridor with her presence the way water fills a channel. And the red eyes were not separate entities, but the visible points of a single, continuous presence that occupied the entire length of the hallway. The smell hit him. The full, unfiltered, uncaveat still-on stench of the deep earth, the air of a limestone cavern that had been sealed for 2 centuries, the air of a sleeping chamber, the air of a tomb. It rolled through the open door like a physical thing, a wall of olfactory density that coated his sinuses and his throat and his lungs, and that carried within its layers the 11 beat per minute rhythm of the hag's breath, the breath that was not air but presence, not presence but weight, not weight but the hag herself, distributed, atmospheric, everywhere. Marcus ran. He ran into the dark, into the smell, into the corridor of red eyes. His feet slapped the concrete. His arms pumped. His heart hammered, 120, 140, 160 beats per minute, his body fully, violently awake, every synapse firing, every muscle contracting, his brain flooded with adrenaline and cortisol and the raw animal electricity of a creature that knows it is prey and that has decided, in the absence of any other option, to run. The pull station was 20 feet from the door. He covered the distance in 4 strides. He could see the red box on the wall, a faint, darker rectangle in the darkness, illuminated not by the building's lights but by the pair of red eyes that flanked it, the hag's eyes, watching, waiting, knowing what he was reaching for, knowing what he was trying to do. He reached the pull station. He gripped the lever. He pulled, hard, downward, with all the force his adrenaline-charged body could produce. The lever moved, the switch engaged. And the building screamed. The fire alarm was a sound that transcended volume. It was not loud in the way that a gunshot is loud or a jet engine is loud. Discreet, identifiable, locatable. It was loud in the way that a physical force is loud, a wall of sound that occupied every cubic inch of the corridor, that pressed against the concrete walls and the concrete ceiling and the concrete floor and the bodies of every person in the building, living and dead, with a pressure that was tactile, structural, seismic. The sirens were multitone, a layered combination of high, piercing wails and low, subsonic pulses that vibrated the concrete and the rebar and the fillings in Marcus's teeth and the fluid in his inner ear, disrupting his balance, his spatial orientation, his sense of up and down and left and right. The strobes fired, white, blinding, retina-searing pulses of light that turned the corridor from darkness to daylight to darkness to daylight, each flash a separate, distinct, overwhelming event that burned afterimages into his visual cortex and turned the red eyes, when they were visible, in the microseconds between flashes, into the only fixed points in a world of strobing white. And the foam came. It came from the ceiling, from the nozzles embedded in the concrete, which opened with a hiss that was, for a fraction of a second, the loudest sound in the corridor, before being swallowed by the alarm. And it came not as a spray but as a flood, a thick, white, freezing torrent that poured from every nozzle simultaneously, filling the corridor from ceiling to floor in a cascade that was, in its initial seconds, as solid as a wall of water. The foam was cold, 40 degrees, stored in the subbasement and propelled by the nitrogen charge through pipes that ran through the same concrete that the Hag's frequency had been vibrating through. And when it hit Marcus's skin, it was a shock so intense that his vision whited out and his muscles contracted in a full-body spasm that was, he realized later, exactly what Diane had been describing: the defibrillation of the brain, the shock that breaks the entrainment, the reset. The hum stopped. It did not diminish. It did not fade. It stopped, cut off, severed, silenced, as though a switch had been thrown in his brain and the frequency that had been playing in his neurons for 4 days had been instantly, brutally, overridden by a signal that was louder, brighter, colder, and more immediate than any frequency the Hag or the building or the caves could produce. He was awake, not the hypnagogic, transition state, permeable border awake that the frequency had maintained. Fully, violently, painfully awake. Awake the way a person is awake when they are dropped into ice water. Awake the way a person is awake when they are hit by lightning. And the Hag was visible. She was standing in the corridor, 6 feet from him, and she was solid. Not a presence, not a shadow, not a density that displaced light, solid, physical, real. She was tall, 7.5 feet, her head nearly touching the ceiling, and she was thin, her body a column of clay-colored skin that hung in loose, sagging folds from a skeletal frame that was visible through the translucent, wet skin like the bones of a fish visible through murky water. Her arms were long, jointed in too many places, and her hands ended in fingers that were too long and too narrow and tipped with what were not fingernails but claws, short, curved, bone-colored, the color of old teeth. Her face was the narrow, elongated mask he had seen in his room on the 3rd night, the deep-set sockets, the jaw that extended too far, the mouth that was opening, the teeth that were too long and too many, and her eyes were red, bright, blazing, not the dull ember red of the periphery vision hallucination, but a vivid, furious, alive red that burned in the strobe light like coals in a forge. She was looking at him, and she was afraid. Not of him, of the foam, of the cold, of the noise, of the light. The sensory overload that had broken the entrainment in his brain had broken something in her, too. The connection, the frequency, the bridge between the caves below and the building above that the hum had maintained, and that the alarm had severed. She was, for the first time in 4 nights, fully physical, fully manifested, fully present, and fully vulnerable. She opened her mouth. She screamed, the subsonic, chest-vibrating, tooth-rattling scream that was not a voice but a weapon, and Marcus felt his eardrums flex inward, felt the pressure in his sinuses build, felt the fluid in his inner ear slosh and his balance go sideways. But the alarm was louder. The strobes were brighter. The foam was colder. and the hag's scream, which had liquefied the internal organs of victims in the common room, was competing with an industrial fire suppression system designed to be audible through the walls of a government bunker, and it was losing. Marcus ran, back toward the safe room, back through the foam which was knee-deep now and rising, the thick, white, freezing slime that coated his legs and his hands and his face, and that smelled not of earth and meat, but of chemicals and cold and safety. He ran through the strobing darkness, each flash a white explosion that turned the corridor into a frozen photograph of concrete and foam and the red, retreating eyes of the hag. She was retreating, falling back, her form flickering, her solidity wavering, the frequency that anchored her to the physical plane disrupted by the cacophony of the alarm. He reached the safe room. Elena was in the doorway, holding it open, her face white in the strobe light, her eyes wide, her mouth open in a shout that he could not hear over the alarm but could read on her lips. "Gio, get the car, Gio." Diane was behind her, holding a fire extinguisher she had found mounted on the wall inside the safe room. A small, red, 10-pound ABC dry chemical extinguisher that she had ripped from its bracket and that she held in front of her like a weapon, like a shield, like the last physical object standing between them and the thing in the corridor. They ran. The corridor was a river of foam. It was waist-deep in places, the thick, white, freezing mass filling the hallway from wall to wall, and they waded through it, 3 people, moving as fast as the viscosity of the foam would allow, toward the main entrance. The alarm was still screaming. The strobes were still firing. The foam was still pouring from the ceiling, and the building was, for the first time, a place of light and sound and cold, a place that the hag could not inhabit, could not hide in, could not use as a bridge between the world below and the world above. They passed the bodies. Peter Huang was on the ceiling, or he had been. The foam's weight had loosened whatever force had held him there, and he had fallen, and he was on the floor now, or mostly on the floor, his body in a position that no living body could occupy. His ribcage collapsed to a width of 4 inches, his face a mask of compression, his eyes open and empty. The foam coated him, turning him white, and for a moment in the strobe light he looked like a statue, a white, frozen monument to the weight that had killed him. Graham Fisk was in the corridor outside the common room. His skinless face was covered in foam, and the foam was pink where it met the raw, red muscle, and the pink was spreading, and the body was still, and the eyes were gone, taken, consumed, absorbed into the darkness of the hag's body. Ruth Abramovitz was in the common room doorway. She was alive. Her chest was still rising and falling. Her heart was still beating. But her skin had peeled from her face and her hands and her neck, and the gray strips of epidermis floated in the foam around her like the petals of a dead flower, and her eyes were open and empty, and she was, like Victor and Raymond, hollowed. Laura Pemberton was in the corridor near the entrance. She was face down in the foam, and the weight was still on her, or the impression of the weight, the residual force that had crushed her chest, was visible in the way the foam was depressed around her body, as though something heavy were still pressing on her from above, even though there was nothing there. David Okonkwo was on the stairwell landing. He was sitting upright, his back against the wall, his legs extended, his ribcage collapsed inward, his hands in his lap, his eyes open. He looked in the strobe light like a man who had sat down to rest and had been caught by something while he was sitting, and the something had compressed him so thoroughly that his torso was half its original depth, and the foam was filling the space where his ribs had been, and the foam was red. They stepped over them. They waded through the foam and the bodies and the alarm and the strobes and the smell. Less now, the foam suppressing the earth and meat stench with its own chemical, cold, clean smell. And they reached the main entrance, and Marcus hit the crash bar on the door, and the door swung open, and the night air hit them, and the night air was clean and cold and dark and free. The gravel parking lot was 30 feet from the door. The cars were there, Diane's crossover SUV, Marcus's sedan, and the 2 dead electric vehicles that would not start. Marcus's keys were in his pocket. Diane's keys were in hers. They ran for Diane's SUV because it had all-wheel drive and higher ground clearance, and the gravel road was, they knew, a river of mud. They were 10 feet from the SUV when the hag appeared. She materialized between them and the vehicle, not from the shadows, not from the building, but from the ground itself, rising from the gravel like something that had been sleeping beneath it, her body assembling itself from the earth and the limestone dust and the night air. The clay-colored skin forming, the skeletal frame clicking into place, the red eyes igniting in the darkness with a brightness that was, in the open air, more terrible than it had been in the building, because there was nothing to contain it, nothing to reflect it, nothing to dilute it. She was between them and the car. She was fully manifested, solid, physical, real, and she was not retreating. The alarm was still screaming from the building behind them, but the building was 30 feet away now, and the sound was attenuating and the foam was contained inside, and out here, in the open air, the hag was not competing with a fire suppression system. Out here, she was the loudest thing. She screamed. The subsonic blast hit them like a wall, and Marcus felt his eardrums flex, felt his balance go, felt his knees buckle. Diane staggered. Elena fell. The hag moved toward Marcus. She was fast, faster than she had been in the building, her long, spindly legs carrying her across the gravel with a loping, predatory gait that covered 10 feet in 2 strides. She was reaching for him. Her arms extended, 6 feet, 7 feet, 8 feet of jointed, clay-colored limb, and her fingers spread, and the claws were visible, and the mouth was opening, and the teeth were there, and the red eyes were fixed on his, and he could feel the weight beginning, the pressure on his sternum, the compression, the first touch of the thing that had peeled Graham and Victor and Raymond. And Marcus understood. He understood what Elena had said. The hag relies on the fear of the paralysis to anchor herself. The fear is the anchor, the terror of being unable to move, the horror of the weight, the dread of the red eyes. These are the cables that hold the hag to the physical plane. Break the fear and the cables slacken. Break the fear and the hag has nothing to hold. But he could not break his fear. His fear was total, absolute, consuming. His fear was the largest thing he had ever felt, larger than the guilt of the bridge, larger than the loneliness of the insomnia, larger than anything his adrenal-soaked brain had ever produced. He could not break it. But he could use it. He reached into the foam that coated his hands, still cold, still wet, still thick on his skin, and his fingers found in the foam a piece of glass. The door he had pushed open had a window, and the window's pane had been cracked by the pressure of the foam, and a shard of glass had fallen, and the shard was in the foam, and Marcus's fingers closed around it, and the glass cut his palm, and the pain was sharp and bright and immediate, and it cut through the fear like a blade through fog. He was not paralyzed. The shock of the cut, the pain, the blood, the sudden, specific, locatable sensation of being wounded, had overridden the hypnagogic entrainment that the hag's proximity was trying to induce. He was awake, fully, violently, painfully awake, and the hag was 6 inches from his face, and her red eyes were on his, and her mouth was open, and the teeth were there, and the smell was there, and the weight was there, and he was not afraid. He was not afraid because the pain was louder than the fear, and in the space that the pain had cleared he could see, not with his eyes, which were locked on the hag's red glare, but with something else, something deeper, something that the fear had been hiding. He could see that the hag's eyes were the anchor. The red eyes were the cables. The red eyes were the frequency made visible, the hum made flesh, the connection between the caves and the building and his mind, and the weight on his chest. The red eyes were the hag's hold on the physical plane. Marcus raised the shard of glass. The hag saw it. The red eyes widened, a reaction, a recognition, a flash of something that was not fear but was its cousin. Surprise, the surprise of something that has been feared for 2 centuries and has never been fought. He drove the shard into her left eye. The glass went in easily, too easily, as though the eye were not a solid organ but a gelatinous sac, a membrane filled with something that was not vitreous humor but a thick, dark, reddish-brown fluid that was the same temperature as the residue on the peeling skin and the same smell as the air in the caves. The fluid sprayed across his hand, his arm, his face, warm, wet, stinking, and the hag screamed. The scream was different. It was not the subsonic weapon. It was pain, real, physical, animal pain, and it was high-pitched and raw and ugly, and it shook the air and the gravel and the trees and the SUV, and the hag's hands flew to her face, and the weight on Marcus's chest vanished, and he could move, and he could breathe, and the smell receded, and the red, the blazing, furious, anchoring red of her left eye, went dark. The hag reeled. She staggered backward, her hands over the ruined socket, and the dark fluid poured between her fingers and down her arms and dripped from her elbows onto the gravel, and the foam from the building's open door was still expanding, still pouring, and it reached her feet, and the cold touched her. And she flinched, and the flinch was the most human thing Marcus had ever seen, a creature recoiling from something it could not bear, a body responding to a stimulus it could not tolerate, a thing that had lived for centuries in the warmth of the deep earth shrinking from the cold of the surface. "Get in the car," Elena screamed. Diane was already at the driver's door. She had the key in the ignition before Marcus had taken 3 steps. He ran. He ran with the glass shard still in his hand, the hag's fluid still on his skin, the hag's scream still shaking the air behind him. He reached the SUV and threw himself into the back seat, and Elena was in the front, and Diane slammed the door and put the car in gear and hit the gas, and the SUV lurched forward, tires spinning in the gravel, finding traction, gripping, and they were moving. They hit the gravel road at 30 miles an hour. The road was mud, deep, thick, clinging mud that grabbed the tires and tried to hold them. But the SUV's all-wheel drive pushed through, and the vehicle fishtailed and slid and corrected and pushed, and the building was behind them, and the parking lot was behind them. And the hag, still standing in the foam, one hand over her ruined eye, the other eye blazing red in the darkness, was behind them. They drove. 12 miles of mud and trees and darkness and the sound of the alarm fading, gone. They drove until the gravel gave way to asphalt, and the asphalt gave way to a county road, and the county road gave way to a highway, and the highway had lights and signs and the distant, blessed glow of a gas station, and they were out. The gas station was a Shell station on the side of a 2-lane highway, 23 miles from the Stillwater property. It was open. It had a lighted canopy over the pumps and a fluorescent-lit interior where a clerk sat behind bulletproof glass, watching a small television. The 3 of them walked in: Marcus, Diane, Elena, covered in foam and mud and blood and the dark, stinking fluid of the hag's ruined eye, and the clerk looked at them, and his mouth opened, and he reached for the phone. "Don't call the police yet," Marcus said. He was shaking, they were all shaking. "Call an ambulance, and then call the police." The clerk called both. The ambulance arrived in 15 minutes. The police arrived in 20. The EMTs examined the 3 survivors and found, to their confusion, that none of them had life-threatening injuries. Marcus had a cut on his palm from the glass shard. Diane had the peeling skin on her collarbone that was, they noted, consistent with a chemical burn from the fire suppressant, and Elena had a bruise on her hip from falling in the gravel. Their vitals were stable. Their neurological exams were normal. They were, by every available metric, alive and functional and unharmed. They were also, the EMTs noted in their reports, exhibiting signs of acute psychological trauma, including hypervigilance, startle responses, and persistent auditory hallucinations described by the patients as a low humming sound. The police took their statements. The statements were detailed, coherent, and consistent, and they described events that, by any rational standard, were impossible. The police, to their credit, did not dismiss the statements. They noted them. They dispatched units to the Stillwater property. The units arrived at dawn. They found the building, A concrete monolith in a clearing in the Appalachian forest, its doors open, its corridors filled with 6 inches of fire-suppressant foam, its alarm still screaming, its strobe still flashing. They found the bodies. 7 bodies, 5 dead, 2 alive but catatonic, their skin gray and peeling, their eyes open and empty. They found the safe room, its steel door open, its lights on, its air clean. They found the telemetry logs which showed for every guest the same anomaly. The flat line, the second heartbeat, the 11 beat per minute rhythm that was not human. They did not find the hag. They did not find the red eyes, the clay-colored skin, the long, jointed limbs, or the bone-colored teeth. They found the cracks in the subbasement floor, the fissures that connected the building to the cave system below, and they found in those cracks a dark, reddish-brown residue that was warm to the touch and that smelled of wet earth and old meat. The residue was sent to a laboratory. The laboratory identified it as biological in origin, containing proteins and lipids consistent with decaying organic tissue, but with a molecular structure that does not match any known species in available databases. The report was filed. The case was referred to the state police. The state police referred it to the FBI. The FBI opened a file. The file remains open. The retreat burned. Not that night. The fire suppression system had done its job too well. But 3 weeks later, when a fire of unknown origin started in the subbasement and spread upward through the concrete, fed by something in the cracks in the floor that the investigators could not identify, something that burned with a thick, black, sweet-smelling smoke that was visible for miles, and that lingered, according to the residents of the nearest town, for days. The fire consumed the building. It did not consume the foundation pylons. They were embedded too deeply, sunk too far into the limestone. But it sealed the cracks in the subbasement floor with a layer of fused concrete and ash that, according to the geological survey conducted afterward, had effectively sealed the underlying karst system from surface access. The building was gone, the cave was sealed, the frequency was silenced. Or so they believed. Marcus Tillman went home. He went to his apartment in Chicago, a high-rise with floor-to-ceiling windows and a view of the lake, and he stood in the shower for an hour, washing the foam and the mud and the hag's dark fluid from his skin, and he watched the water circle the drain, clean, clear, ordinary, and he told himself that it was over. He saw a therapist. He was diagnosed with PTSD. He was prescribed medication, SSRIs, prazosin for nightmares, a low dose of clonazepam for the anxiety that spiked whenever he heard a low, rhythmic sound, a ventilation fan, a refrigerator compressor, the distant rumble of the L train. He coped. He functioned. He returned to work, scaled back, delegated. He saw his daughter every other weekend. She still called fireflies light bugs. He read her bedtime stories, and when she fell asleep, he watched her face, peaceful, slack, breathing the slow, deep rhythm of a child's sleep, and he felt, for the first time since the retreat, something that was not fear. He slept. Not well, never the way he had slept in the before, the way he had slept in Geneva, the way he had slept when sleep was a place he went rather than a thing that was done to him. But he slept. 4 hours, 5 hours, sometimes 6. He woke in the dark and lay still and listened to the silence of his apartment and told himself that the silence was silence, that it was the absence of sound, that it was not the hum, that the hum was gone, that the building was burned, that the cave was sealed, that the hag was dormant again, sleeping in her iron-lined chamber deep beneath the Kentucky hills, and that the frequency that had woken her was silenced. He told himself this every night for 3 weeks. On the 22nd night, he went to bed at 11:00 p.m. He took his medication. He read for 20 minutes. He turned off the light. He lay on his back, arms at his sides, the sheet pulled to his chest. He closed his eyes. He felt the weight. It was not sudden. It was gradual, a slow, incremental, familiar pressure on his sternum, building like a tide, pressing down with a force that was not violence but presence. not impact but arrival. The weight that he had felt in room 6 of the Stillwater Deep Sleep Institute, the weight that had pressed on Victor and Raymond and Graham and Peter and Ruth and Laura and David, the weight that had pinned Peter to the ceiling and crushed his ribs and whispered his fears into his ear. The weight was on his chest, in his apartment, in Chicago, 23 floors above the street in a building that had no subbasement, no limestone, no caves, no frequency, no hum. And the smell, wet earth, old meat, the thick, sweet, cloying stench of advanced decay that coated the inside of his nose and the back of his throat and his lungs with a film that was not air but presence. He tried to move, he could not. The paralysis was total: arms, legs, jaw, tongue, vocal cords. He could breathe barely, each breath a conscious negotiation with the weight on his chest. He could blink. He could move his eyes. He moved his eyes to the periphery of his vision. And the red eyes were there. Not in the room, not in the air above his chest. In the space behind his eyes, the space that the hum had opened, the space that the frequency had carved, the doorway that the retreat had built in his neural architecture, and that the fire and the glass and the foam and the running had not closed. The doorway that was still there, still open, still vibrating at 0.5 to 4 hertz, the delta range, the frequency that he could not hear but that his brain was still producing, had been producing every night since the retreat, the frequency that was not a sound but a signal. A signal that the hag could hear, that the hag had been hearing, that the hag had followed out of the caves and through the corridors and through the fire, and through the glass shard in her eye, and into the one place that no amount of concrete or fire or distance could seal. His mind. The hag didn't need to follow them. She didn't need to leave the caves. She didn't need to travel across states, across miles, through the world of daylight and asphalt and gas stations and hospitals and police. She just needed to be invited in. And the frequency had invited her. The frequency that Dr. Corvus had designed, and that the building had absorbed, and that Marcus's brain had absorbed, and that was, even now, even here, even in the silence of his high-rise apartment, playing. The red eyes brightened. The weight increased. The smell thickened. And Marcus, lying on his back in his bed in Chicago, unable to move, unable to scream, felt the first, wet, delicate touch of something peeling the skin above his sternum, and he knew, with the same bone-deep prey-animal certainty that he had felt in the corridor of the Stillwater Deep Sleep Institute, that the hag had not been defeated. She had been distributed. She was not in the caves. She was not in the building. She was not in the foam or the mud or the glass or the fire. She was in the frequency. And the frequency was in him, and in Diane, and in Alina, and in every person who had spent a night in that building, who had heard the hum, who had felt the weight, who had smelled the smell, who had been opened and entered and changed. The hag was in their minds, and she was awake, and she was hungry, and she was home. Marcus tried to scream. His mouth was open. His jaw was locked. No sound came out. The weight pressed down. The red eyes brightened. The skin on his chest lifted slowly, delicately, in a long, wet, translucent strip that curled at the edge like old wallpaper. And in the dark, in the silence, in the space between waking and sleeping where the hag lived and breathed and fed, Marcus Tillman heard something that was not the hum and not the alarm and not the scream but something else, something worse. Something that was the sound of his own breathing slowing, to 11 breaths per minute. The last thing Marcus Tillman heard was a whisper, close to his ear, warm and damp and old, that said, "I've been waiting." And then the weight closed over him, and the red eyes were the only light in the dark, and the peeling began in earnest, and somewhere, in a high-rise apartment in Chicago, a man lay in his bed with his eyes open and his skin graying and his consciousness being drawn. Slowly, delicately, irrevocably from his body like a thread from a garment, and the city hummed outside his window, and the lake glittered in the streetlight, and the world went on, and no one heard him because he could not scream, and the hag did not want him to scream. The hag wanted him to sleep. And Marcus Tillman slept. Thank you for listening to today's stories. If you enjoyed, please leave a like and subscribe so you don't miss the stories yet to come.